Hey there, and welcome back to more Diablo 4, and today we're gonna continue with the Necromancer, and also we'll see what Blizzard has in store for us in the new season. So yeah, we're gonna start off the Necro. I've prepared a little screen for Diablo once it comes out. There we go. So we'll see what Blizzard has new about the new expansion, so we're gonna have some volume to it. And I'll reduce a little bit of the sounds in the main game so it doesn't go and be louder than the Blizzard stream. After the stream, we're gonna increase the volume back.
Greetings.
I'm pretty curious what they're gonna present and what changes they have planned. Will be interesting to see. I don't expect like there's gonna be like a lot of changes. Or at least if we'll get like new skills or new Paragon boards, that will be more than enough. Why does it increase the sound? I'm not touching the button and it increases the sound. Oh, it just goes. What the hell? Stop doing that. The sound. Oh, I think I know the problem. Well, if it will go higher than necessary, I'll just reduce the volume on another thing. So weird. Well, never mind. If it doesn't go to the maximum, it's gonna be fine. It's fine, I think. It's not. Well, it's loud for me, but might not be too loud in general. So let's see what Blizzard's kicking up, huh? Hopefully something good. I would like to see new spells, new skills, a little bit more. Collect Ice Climb bounce. A little bit more better events. Some additional side bosses would be nice. I mean, like world bosses. Honestly, I just did one of them though. I thought it would be nice to see more of them. Stronghold must be conquered first. Yeah. Maybe we should actually go and conquer some strongholds. Maybe that ain't a bad idea. Oh, we unlocked the cathedral. Very nice. Stronghold must be conquered. Oh, if I increase it for myself, it also increases there. Why though? I just wanted to make it a little bit bigger, but I guess we'll have to deal with what we have. Okay, should I go do this quest? There's so many quests. The Dread Mort's here. You know what? We can do this quest. Piotr, show us the way. Let's go. Side to madness. Leave dungeon. As far as I remember, we'll have to like collect the chalice, then use a lot of killing, and do a lot of killing in order to make the chalice a little bit different. Okay, they're starting up, it seems. They did mess up with a few things, especially the statue. Should have been a lot more people that made it there. Ooh, lagged a little bit. This game has like a lot of loading. And it disturbs the processes too. Also, welcome to the chat, enjoy stay. We're gonna look into the Blizzard and what we're preparing for the first season of Diablo. It will be interesting to see if there's gonna be a lot of changes, or definitely. Or there's not gonna be any changes in general. Hoping for quite a lot of changes. Just to see the game have something to offer for each season. But if it's just gonna be like cosmetics and like a few new events, then it's gonna be disappointing. Slain villager, where you? Yeah, this Kelly's got tankier, it seems. I mean, he just looks like it. Oh, a legendary. Those are rare. Those are rare, man. Don't get them low. Enemies afflicted by your Iron Maiden have a 19 chance to be stunned for 1 second when they deal direct damage. Darkness Steel, Bone Skill damage. Well, the affixes on the armor are good. The stats, I mean, but everything else, not so much. Everything else, not so much.
Hello.
That's it? That's how you open? Hello.
I'm gonna do that every single time.
Hello.
Welcome to another Diablo developer update live stream. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the community director for the Diablo franchise. We've got some wonderful people here. We just have Rod.
Yeah, well, I'm not part of the wonderful crew, I guess.
Yeah.
On my main
He
screen.
decided to insert himself as of yesterday, so...
What is the power? If you have power, you should use it whenever possible, and I've decided to. So
we have Rod here, who is, of course,
Why does
the
it change
general
colors?
manager of
What?
the Diablo.
That's weird. Okay.
Universe?
Universe?
Yeah.
Exactly. I guess that's the best way
all
to say it.
things Diablo.
Can't use the word franchise.
Pierre's not here now.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
And of course
Okay.
we have Chris
Just
Liao
the introductions.
Lead UX designer on Immortal.
and Ryan Quinn.
Hi, I'm senior narrative designer on Immortal.
Oh,
So,
Diablo Immortal.
We are actually starting off today's show with some Diablo Immortal conversations. Also, I do want to mention we're using new fancy mics today.
What? No one gives a
We've been joking around and
about Diablo Immortal.
Spears mic.
Right.
No one plays that game. Do they?
Jackson.
Oh, maybe they do.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
Jackson. There
It's
you
because
go.
I'm older.
Rod, but is not wearing
I
one of them.
It doesn't take a genius to see the size of my head, and the ability to put that little wire around this size of noggin is impossible. So therefore, I passed.
disappointing. But he does have a really good impression of Britney Spears.
I am not doing it now.
Oh.
I am not doing it.
Okay, maybe we can get it out of him.
I'll knot my shirt later. It'll be good.
Maybe we can get it out of him. during Q&A.
They're just
Someone
having
asked that
fun.
question in Twitch chat. We'll make sure to bring that up during Q&A. And
Great.
there you go. You're just on the spot and you have to answer it. So.
I think it's important that, like, last time you clarified what we were doing was the campfire, which is more of a casual, we're just kind of giving updates. You know, we just want to be able to talk to the community.
Yes.
This is more of a developer stream, so it's a bit more official.
Yes.
But one of the things we wanted to recognize too is that, like, as a family of games, there's lots of cool stuff happening within in Diablo, and so we don't always want to just be focused on just D4. We want, anytime there's something big or really interesting happening within Diablo, we want to be able to talk about it. You know, I could imagine we're going to have a season 29 conversation for Diablo 3 at some point in the future. And so one of the things we're going to look at, to do today was not just talk about, you know, we are definitely going to talk about season 1 on Diablo 4. And for some reason, Adam has structured this to be as tantric as possible. We'll get there, trust us, but it's going to take a minute. But what we really want to look at as well is we want to talk about we're going to talk a little bit about what's the preseason before we go into season 1. We're going to talk about, you know, what's going on with D4 today, because we actually have some news about today. Another tease, didn't mean that. And
they do talk a lot, but they don't really say much.
and then we want to talk a little bit about
the
Diablo
same
Immortal,
time.
because something pretty incredible is happening in Diablo Immortal, which is in
No,
nearly a
nothing's-
decade, we're having our first new
Nothing's
Diablo character class is being revealed.
Nothing's
And we
cool
wanted to
happening
reveal
there.
it here on this stream. So, you know,
This
one
is
of
the
the things
gambling
about,
side.
great things about Blizzard is
Oh,
the
no.
SFD team, story and franchise, and
No,
Blizzard
Immortal.
Video, and everything that they do around cinematics. And we thought, how could we
cash
introduce
grab
a new
mobile
character class
phone
without
game
having
that-
a kick-ass video to go with it? So, without further ado, may we present to you the new Diablo character class coming to Diablo Immortal very, very soon.
Diablo Immortal, no. Dead. Everyone's excited for Diablo 4, not for Diablo Immortal. Okay, but let's look at the class. Is it the Base Master? Vampire Hunter? Why is it laggy?
Darkness wants to consume you and all you love. But my
Is the cutscene 30 FPS or something?
and wield it in defiance.
That looks pretty cool though. Cinematics are always good. I mean,
Humanity's right to fear the darkness. I am a blood knight, and the darkness
Blood Knight! Alright, okay. And that's Diablo Immortal. Don't get your hopes too high then. Okay, but Blood Knight, oh, that's interesting. I want to see that in Diablo 4 though. God damn, don't have my skills. Anyone down?
There we have it. The new class coming to Diablo and Diablo Immortal. It's the Blood Knight.
July 13th. That's
July
like
13th.
a little over a week away.
Exactly.
Sounds like there might have been some encoding issues.
Exactly. Yeah, I know that some people are talking
Okay,
about
Blood Knight
there's
did
a little
look
bit
good.
of hitching on it and so forth. I will say that we actually do have that trailer that will be on a
Okay, I'll increase the
on
size.
DiabloImmortal.com
Wanna see
immediately after
proper.
the stream, so people can actually check it out. It'll be on YouTube along with all
We'll
the
stay in the
details that
town
we're
for a little
about
while.
to talk about.
Just to see the
We just like to get ahead
show.
of ourselves, that's
Sure.
all. But obviously, first new class to the Diablo universe in nearly 10 years. I think there's a lot of questions in regards to like the story and so forth behind the Blood Knight. Ryan, give us a little bit of background regarding the Blood Knight itself.
Yeah, sure. So I think historically, when we released DI, we released it with these sort of 6 very, very familiar, very stalwart classes that all of us love, that many of us have been playing for decades. And it's great to kind of indulge in that nostalgia. It's great to get that dopamine hit of playing a classic, but after 6 classes, it left us with the opportunity to do something that felt really new and different. To do a supernatural class that's kind of monstrous, that does things that our other dark classes like the Necromancer and the Demon Hunter don't do. And so we're really, really stoked about the opportunity to release the Blood Knight on everybody.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I know, like, obviously everyone's kind of seeing the Blood Knight and they're thinking, like, is this, like, vampiric in some sort of way? Or, like, how does this fit in with the actual lore within Diablo?
Right, so the fine details are Blood Knights and vampires are intertwined. On Sanctuary, vampires are kind of like living plagues. They go from hunting ground to hunting ground, they kill people, they bite people, and sometimes people who they've bitten, they suffer this monstrous transformation. They start to devolve into what we call thralls, kind of like lesser vampiric beings, long teeth, hunger for blood, all that stuff. And a Blood Knight is a person who, through means of an ancient ritual,
Where's my
has
camera
that
flickering,
curse of thraldom arrested inside them, frozen essentially in
log
place.
in.
They get some advantages, but they get some drawbacks too.
Second.
What do you mean the curse of turning into a thrall is a drawback? in a way?
Well, their thraldom is essentially on pause. So basically what happens is a Blood Knight, also preternaturally strong and fast, can see in the dark, can smell blood from a mile away, doesn't age anymore, as you've seen in the concept art, very, very fancy. But
Okay, that sounds pretty cool. I will agree with that, but it's non-Diablo Immortal. I'm not gonna play that regardless.
Black veins in their face.
Put it in Diablo 4, then we'll have a different kind of situation, but not on Diablo Immortal. Haven't tried that game, not gonna try it probably.
Deep inside their soul,
Does look cool
there
though.
is
It does look a lot like Castlevania and Dracula. That does look cool.
And in order to tamp
But
that
that's
down, in order to slow
basically
their
it.
transformation further, they have to perform a ritual. That keepsake that you saw in our cinematic character's right hand, the little thing on the chain.
Oh, the chain, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically their lifeline. So, like
a link to their past.
yeah. It's got a memento within of the last place that they were kind of truly human.
Right.
That
And
looks like a
so
lot
every
like
morning,
from
noon, and night, they're doing
The Witcher.
ablutions with this
Like
thing
Geralt
to
did his necklace with the wolf.
continue to keep the darkness.
And it
at
would
bay.
start blinking
You know, it's a
the closer it
process.
gets to monsters.
The ritual, it's
That was pretty
hearsay. You know, it's
cool.
been passed down for hundreds of years.
It's a little bit
and
different
for
here, I
basically
imagine.
every
But
Blood Knight, you know, it may fail at some point. All Blood Knights are doomed to one day succumb to their curse.
And they don't know if that's.
I always
one day,
like these
1
kind of
year,
castles and
1,000
all
years.
that.
Could
They
be
don't know.
The
centuries,
theme of
right?
Gothic
They're very,
places
very
and
long way.
vampires,
What they do
werewolves,
know and what
etc.
they pledge on
I always liked
is
this
that they're
since
gonna
I was a
use
kid,
all
but
of the time they have
and I still
left
do like these
to
themes
push
in
back
the
the
movies.
and
I enjoyed
for them,
Castlevania a
since
lot,
that
and this is like a
such
very
an
much
uncertain
of an
question,
inspiration
it's
to
really
them, I
about
guess.
their inner
Just to
sense
put
of
in the
balance.
vampires,
Can
because
I do enough
probably this is the
good
first game,
to make up
Diablo 4 and
for the
Diablo
evil
Immortal,
that
where
will
they put
rise
vampires
when I'm gone.
as enemies. We never
Yeah,
saw
I
that in
just
Diablo
wanted to give
games.
a-
It's usually
a
we
shout-out
fought
because we had the art up there
skeletons
earlier,
and demons.
and that art is gorgeous looking.
That's something
At the
new.
same time, they're very pretty. I've been joking about it. I'm like, oh look, they're so pretty.
If you were going to turn into a monster, you'd want to stop
Or
over
it's
here,
funny
right?
because they're very like gorgeous.
Okay, they
here,
do
and
talk
they
quite
turn
a
into
lot
the
about
Abomination,
Immortal,
which is
and it
really
seems
funny
like
to see, so it's like a complete.
just want to bring the game back.
What it
I
is.
mean, you mentioned the
Milk some
abomination. I
Monday.
think we saw the Blood Knight turn into this creature during that. So what actually is going on here? Like this is a, I guess Chris will talk eventually about like how an abomination comes to me. But this is basically them tapping into what's inside them to change form.
Yeah, they're letting the curse off the leash just a little bit. It's going to grant them extreme power in the short term.
This is a Bruce Banner Hulk thing.
Yeah, but maybe there's a little anime teardrop
Okay,
there.
that is pretty cool. They turn into like a bigger vampire
Okay,
Hulk.
Awesome. Well,
just to
I know
smash
with
more
Blood Knight,
enemies.
Obviously,
I like the theme. I like a lot
new
about
class. How does it
what
fit,
they're
Chris,
getting to
into
do with
the-
that,
the-
but
like,
it's
a
Diablo
gameplay set?
Immortal.
Like,
That's the
if you're
biggest
playing at Blood Knight, what can you
letdown. I
expect?
mean,
The
just a
setup
game where you
would
need
be,
to spend money in
as
order to
a person that's actually
play it
looking
well.
into, Diablo.
Yeah, so the Blood Knight is actually a melee hybrid class, meaning there's tons of up-close combat with polearms. However, they have a host
Okay.
of shadow and blood abilities they can use to manipulate the battlefield in their favor. I think the drawback of Blood
The
Knights
volume on
might
their
be
side
that
is like
players that start
so
playing it might feel that their
falling down
mobility
and
is
going up.
limited. However, they have tons of legendary essences to help them improve the ability to close the gap on enemies, as well as life-stealing abilities to help them sustain themselves in lengthy combat sequences.
Got it. So like in combat more often.
Okay, so it's
close
basically a
combat, so
necro,
they're
just a
essentially taking more
melee.
damage, but then they have abilities themselves to actually essentially drain, as we can see, kind of like life from others, essentially replenish their life while they're in combat.
This-
Nice.
the,
like
the kebab attack, as I like to call
Yes,
it.
the skewer.
Similarly
The
to
attack is
the
my
Death
favorite
Knight
thing
from
right now. I
Warcraft.
was like, so what's happening there? We saw it in the trailer. We see it here as well, is where they're basically able to stab an enemy, smash it around like as if on the end of a hammer. So that's you're like Chris is like, yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah,
You
that
just like-
is it.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
But it actually has a stun as well, right? It's not just the attack on the one thing that you skewered. It actually can. It has
Yeah, the
various
combat
attacks.
looks smooth.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
the Blood Knight
for a mobile game.
stabs their polearm forward into the closest enemy, then swings overhead the enemy and slams it into the ground, stunning
It does
everyone
look
in
good for a
small
mobile
AoE.
game too.
And there are
I
also
mean,
legendary essences that let you lunge
just to
forward
remove
or
the
actually leap to
money
perform
milking
this
from
slam.
the game and everything will be
Yeah, that's
fine.
awesome.
And then I know, like, of course, with every class in Immortal, they all have different ultimates depending on their primary attacks.
I don't know how many people are actually interested in Diablo Immortal. I mean,
expect with
because everyone
Blood
just
Knight?
seems to be sitting
Yeah,
here
I
for
can talk a bit
Diablo
about
Season
the
1
primary
updates.
attacks.
Diablo
The
4
first is
Season 1
Ravage.
updates.
They're basically swinging their polearm around in a 3-hit combo, and right here is the ultimate where they become a 5-hit combo with a stun at the end. And
Dual
the-
wielding pole arms. That's I like.
Yeah, the effects do look nice.
and
I
the
mean,
other
the game looks good
primary attack
as a
they have
mobile
is
game.
called Shadow's Edge. It's quite a unique one. It's the first
Probably
in
the
Immortal
best
where the,
looking mobile game that I've seen
in
so
melee
far.
range, the Blood Knight will do a
The ones I
slash,
played though didn't
and
really look that
for
good. but
enemies that are further away, they'll
I
actually
don't really
throw
play
the
those a
dagger
lot
forward,
either.
and there are legendary essences that add damage over time or make the dagger ricochet.
Nice. So you can essentially, it's good room clear type of abilities, is what I'm hearing. So if you got a ton of mobs in front of you,
Yeah, it does
especially,
look a
if
lot
the
like
daggers are
Dracula from
ricocheting and
Castlevania,
you
especially
mentioned
the
piercing and
second
so forth with
Castlevania and
builds
the 3D
everything,
one. I
you can
mean,
essentially clear
I
out
only played that
with,
one,
with that. So it's awesome to hear. I know,
but that
as you
one was
mentioned
pretty decent. I
beforehand,
mean, but it does
tons
have
of,
and look like
legendary
they had a lot of
essences and
inspiration
everything
from that
are
game.
associated to
Even the
kind of
cloak
modified
looks similar.
skills. I know,
They just
and
get-
we're even seeing here,
they
this is
stole
like
the idea, I
the
guess.
abomination that we were talking about
So
beforehand.
why
Blizzard
would I
does
wanna
it
become the
best,
abomination?
oh
What do I
my.
get from that?
Yeah, so I'll talk about the abomination a bit. The way it works
looks
is
laggy
it
for
is
some
a
reason, what the hell?
transformative skill that requires the defeating enemies to fill the bar, much like your ultimate.
Right.
However, it happens much more often.
Are the effects
and
too much, or
then
is it?
transforms your entire skill bar?
'Cause it's not on my
into,
side, though.
A new primary attack, followed by
Maybe it's
two,
just because the game is just
specific
30 FPS.
skills.
Ooh,
The
that looks
Blood
pretty
Rush,
good. Oh
the
yeah.
Blood Knight actually
Hell yeah, bro.
dashes forward in a
That looks like
ball
great from the
forward, and then there's a
from the
3-hit combo
vampire
attack
bites.
where if, on the
Like
last
a
hit, they fly into the air,
highly
slam
nuclear
forward.
bait has beaten everyone in the face.
Nice.
Nice. That's awesome to see. I think with this update that's coming.
Yeah, I
out
mean, that
on
looks
the
cool. I
13th
mean,
and
the
Blood
game
Knight
looks cool,
itself,
but
and there are like,
take
even
out the
other
money milking out of it, and
components
we'll
that
have a
are
good
coming
deal
this-
with the game
this
then.
actual update. Do you guys
No
have any,
problem at
like,
all with the game.
Additional information on.
But as long as there's
Play
like
it, right? Like,
Yeah.
the
gems
things
and
that's
all
really
that
like,
stuff
I've
that you
been-
can actually
I mean,
buy
this is-
for
I think
real
having a
money,
new
and you
character
need to
class
spend
introduced
quite a
just
lot.
on basically the
Because I
anniversary
saw
of Diablo
streamers
Immortal
spend like
release, and it's
25,000
really
and
cool
just to
about
get like the
1
full
year
upgraded
that
gems.
Immortal's been. It's hard to believe
That
it's
ain't
already
good,
been a
dude.
year, it's crazy.
25,000? No,
But so having
not
new
that
character-
many
so I've
people
been
have
like
that
a
kind of
Warlord
cash,
Barbarian for
especially for a
year
mobile
now,
game.
And
I mean,
loving that. And so now I'm going to
nonetheless,
obviously-
any video
one of the
game.
great things about Immortal is that you can class change. And like, so I can take my Paragon 500 Barbarian. I know that's not high. Thank you very much. I can take my Paragon 500 Barbarian and turn it into a Blood Knight. Yes. Because there's basically
Yes.
3 ways. We have the player who's been playing for a year, like myself. We have the new player, and we have the test driver. Right, is the way to think about that. So maybe you can go through that.
Yeah, totally. So if you're brand new to Immortal and have never played before, you can play the Blood Knight right out of the gate, create a new character completely free, and start with the main story completely.
Well, I guess I could try the game just for the
custom
memes.
Blood Knight PO lines for all
Just
the
to
main
play through the story. I never
for
played
players
it.
like Rod who have been playing for a
Not
while
buying
and
anything
want to
though.
convert to this class, I'm happy to say that we've made some major improvements to class change. Strength and intelligence will now convert properly.
I know, it's a huge request that a lot of people have asked me
Okay,
for.
what do
Yes,
they
it's
mean
gonna be
by
great.
that?
And
Convert
also,
properly.
players will be able to, during the event, change to the Blood Knight on a one-day cooldown, and also revert back infinitely. So if you decide you don't like playing the Blood Knight, you can revert the day of, or if you want to try it
Doesn't
again
seem
tomorrow, you can go ahead
To
and
be very
change back.
confident about this.
Awesome.
And lastly, I want to talk about the Crimson Plane.
Yeah,
event.
he's,
So,
doesn't
Immortal
seem
players
very
that are
confident
familiar
about
with
the
Fractured
topic for some
Plane,
reason.
there will be a special Crimson Plane event where there'll be a
So for the, I mean, I think a
Does
lot
he
of
know
people
that
don't know
there's
what
just
fractured
a
plane is, so
money
maybe just
milking
what's the
machine?
5-second version of what is fractured plane?
Or there's
So
something
Fractured
else that
Plane
he's
is
not
basically a
comfortable
roguelike
talking about?
inside of Immortal, where you're able to try out all of the skills and abilities and build towards a 15 levels of defeating enemies just to try out different skills.
You basically start with a fresh class, and so you're taking your character. Like I have a very specific build with very specific gear. But if I wanted to go play Fractured Planes, it says, "Oh, you're a barbarian. Here's some random skills. See how far you can get with this," and you build up your gear and stuff as you're playing through this roguelike experience. Yeah.
Exactly.
And so now for the Blood Knight introduction, you've created Crimson Planes, which is a version of the same experience to go and test drive all the different Blood Knight skills.
Exactly. So you'll be able to try out different skills and legendary essences without actually committing to changing
Okay.
to the class. So just try it out, see if
It's
you
like
like
in
it,
World of
and if
Warcraft, you
do,
have
there's
like a
always class
specific
change.
area for each race,
Nice.
basically. Or you can
Nice,
start
that's
in a
awesome to
general
hear.
one.
So we have,
But
and we have
usually you
other
just
things, like
start
I
in
mentioned,
a
that are
specific
coming
one
in this
because those are
actual
more
update.
interesting.
I know that for any new
The
player that's
customization
coming
does
in,
look
of
pretty
course,
good,
they
I would
create
say.
Blood
It's,
Knight, how
it seems
we
like
mentioned
it
beforehand,
might be better than
customize it,
Diablo
and
4's
it's completely free.
so
And then,
far.
of course, any existing character can do class changes if they want, or they can create a new character if they would like to do it that way as well. But I know we have like a new legendary gem that's going to be coming in this actual
Yeah,
update,
customization looks pretty
as
good.
well. And then we even have
Yeah, the fourth one is
just
definitely
other,
from
like, you know,
the,
like
the
items
Castlevania.
associated with this specific patch
Definitely.
that'll
It's
be
a
hitting
full
as
set
well.
of legendaries for the Blood
Exactly.
Knight too.
Yeah,
which is
and
great.
we're actually
Yeah,
gonna be
this looks
listing
pretty
out every
cool.
single legendary
the blog, yeah.
that is available for the Blood Knight in our
The
our
white
blog
dreadlocks,
immediately
they
after
look
the
pretty
stream.
cool. I
So,
like it.
you guys can check out the cinematic trailer that we showed off for the Blood Knight earlier on that blog, and of course read all the details about what's coming in this update that is hitting on the 13th of July. So soon. It's
Okay, I wonder how
crazy.
long they're gonna
So,
talk about this.
we do.
stuff.
We're super stoked. The cinematic is amazing, by the way. I just want to like.
Why are you,
highlight.
for people who didn't get to see it in full frame rate, you're basically rubbing their noses in it now.
Essentially, I'm yeah, like
Go watch
you
it again, please.
see it in
How's the
the
camera
Blizzard
flicker?
Cinematics team. Amazing team. That cinematic is great. Nothing like seeing blood splattered all over some stained glass. It's Diablo, so it makes perfect sense. It's great. But we are super stoked. So yeah, July 13th is when it's
Is
going
it
to be
just
coming
because
out.
the
And then,
image
of course,
stabilization?
again, check DiabloImmortal.com immediately after the stream. We'll have a blog up
Sure.
there for people to check out all the
Yeah,
details.
congratulations, guys, on the
Yep.
year. It's been an amazing year for Immortal. And I think people who maybe you tried it at launch and haven't gone back to take a look at it, like basically every quarter we do major updates and really change the game. So the ability to craft set items, the ability to take your duplicate legendaries and turn that into a currency so that you can make your current legend, stronger, and the way that you do dungeons now, like and the tower, the
50
clan
FPS.
play, like there's just
Yeah,
so
you
much
can
else
build it
going
to
on. So
50.
it's a free-to-play game. If you want to go check it out, just to see all the changes, like I said, there's been
If you're back
in
to
a year.
60.
It's a complete. To me, it's a completely different game in the sense of the different ways that you can approach
Hopefully it
the
won't
content,
flicker.
which is exciting. But hearing the fact that you fully
Sometimes
recorded
it
all the
doesn't. I
audio
don't
for the
know
Blood Knight
why.
for
Maybe the
campaign,
cable just get loose.
I think it'll be exciting to go back and start over.
Yeah, it's about 2,000 lines in total. We've got a pair of really awesome voice actors, Abby Trott and Ben Prendergast. Absolutely killed it as the Blood Knight. It's just pure haughtiness and bloodlust and action all the way through. They've got some interesting takes on. I was going to say the name of the villain, our Act 3 villain in Darkwood. Some interesting perspectives there. But yeah, I don't think there's ever really been a better time to re-roll, to start a new run through the main story.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much, and congratulations.
Thanks so much,
thank you.
Rod. We're stoked.
And
Okay.
we're going to be now switching over to D4
Class
content.
looks
We're actually gonna
cool.
take like a really
The
short
game
break. We
looks
gotta swap
cool,
people in.
apart
This
from
room's only so
the
big.
money
And we also need
spending
lights off of people and everything.
slots
but,
and all
we're going to
that.
be swapping in.
Apart from that,
into
everything
our
looks
Diablo
fine
4
about it.
segment. So we'll
Just
see. you
enjoy
in,
it, don't
a
pay
minute or
money
so.
for it. don't expect to be the best in the game if you don't spend money. Oh, we have another cinematic. It's gonna be. Hey, it's the same cinematic from Diablo 4. That must have hurt though. Stepping on bloody lava or just heated rock and melting your feet away like that. Melting the skin away is just insane. Burying yourself is already painful enough. Just walking with the blisters and all is just insanely difficult. The cinematic was cool. The prolonged version, if you like play the game and you finish up the story near the end of the story, the cinematic even gets better. But why show it again though? Most of the people already saw it like countless of times. The cinematic is great. There's no need to show it that many times. Is he falling? Is he falling? Hello, goblins. Let's go. Yeah, this scene was amazing. Oh, it's just countless of dead bodies. Is the fallen have fallen? Arius was just like basically a tool in this game. There was nothing special about him at all. Oh yeah, it's not the full version. It's just the introductory one. That's good. Just don't know why they
And we're
should.
back.
What happened to the awkward hello? You're supposed to go, hello.
That's gonna be my intro
I'm
for
technically
everything.
not back.
Wait.
Well, you are technically back. I mean, you
I'm
were
new.
in other streams and other times.
Correct.
I'm not back. I'm new.
Oh yes,
Yes.
Tim is new. Tim also has the best voice in the world.
Yeah. Wow.
So
really nice.
Tim is just gonna talk for the rest of the stream.
Wow, okay.
And-
I didn't prepare for that at all.
Surprise.
Maybe you should actually introduce people.
Yes,
Or...
I will introduce people. We are now joined by our
He's
wonderful
the
Diablo 4
lead game
developers. We
producer
have
for
Tim
Diablo
Ismay.
4.
I
Okay.
introduced you.
Hello.
Let's
Tim
see what
Ismay.
Tim
I
has to
am one of the
say.
lead producers on Diablo 4, specifically focused on seasons. I say that because if you ask me questions outside of the season's context, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so he's the season
You said
guy.
plural.
There's more than one
I
season.
was
Tim.
trying to
More
build more than
than
one
one
season.
season.
There is more than one season. That's going to be, we're revealing that.
Or that's job security.
Okay, battle passes.
You're just asking for it. Yeah.
Where do you
We're
get
supposed to be
cosmetics
doing
mostly from the battle passes? Hopefully nothing
And
like
we have
that you need
familiar
to spend
face.
money
Joey P.
on.
Yes, I'm Joe Parpora. I'm the Associate Game Director for the live service, and I'm excited to talk about Season 1 today, at last.
But first.
But first.
Oh, but first, that's right.
Because Adam has built
can't-
everything possible to talk about except the season.
We can never start talking about seasons until we talk about something else first. But there are cool things to actually talk about.
Correct. Obviously, it's been a little over a month since Diablo 4's launched.
It's only been a month.
Is it? Well, if you
No,
include
but you're right. It is.
Yeah.
Like I always, the amount of feedback we get about
Yeah,
like,
actually,
hey, this
well,
thing, and you're like,
okay.
it's been like 5 weeks.
Exactly.
Give
I
us
wonder
a
when
second.
the new
Exactly.
season is gonna be. Like,
It,
probably.
it has been.
I
a month,
presume
a
it's
little
gonna
bit
be
more than a month,
unspeculated that it's
since
gonna be
Diablo
start
4 has
the
actually
next
How
been
did you guys
month.
get a season done
most
in
likely.
4 weeks? That's incredible.
We started it well before the game launched.
Ah, that's smart.
We actually released
Because I don't think it's gonna start anytime soon for
Wait,
some
so you
reason.
I don't want to get in
started
the weeds,
before the
everybody.
game
I
launched?
don't want to get in the weeds, to everybody, but like we did start before.
Or
the game
end of
launched
the
to make sure
month.
we could actually release
I thought you were just
something.
going to say zombies
Of
are
this
really
month,
easy
at
to make,
least.
and so therefore it was.
Yeah,
oh my
obviously
god.
that's what it is. Okay.
Also, people are saying that your mic is low, Mr. Joey P.
My
no.
mic
Yeah,
is low.
so I don't
Okay,
know if
I'll
we,
bring it in a
we'll
little bit.
fix that. I promise. Live broadcast, everyone.
I
Live
can
broadcast.
project everybody.
Yeah,
That's
he
what's
can-
going to
He
take.
can start screaming.
Here it is.
Just scream at
Man.
everybody.
Lord
Yeah,
broadcast,
it's
buddies. Let's say all we have to tell ya.
But anyway,
Correct.
so
New
yeah,
season,
Obviously, it's been 5 weeks since we
nothing
launched.
new.
Numerous updates to the game, hot fixes, patches. We actually had a campfire chat in between. Where we talked about
Campfire.
even
Really?
a big update that was coming before season
13
one.
page.
Yes,
patch
13
notes?
page. Which people are like, well, that must have been like 14-point font, double spaced. And I'm like, maybe it was, but it still was very big. It was like 11 pages and it went on the actual site. But we've addressed a lot of feedback and everything related to the game. We still have more feedback that we're actually going to be addressing. And I will say that later this afternoon there is going to be another patch, climb patch. Surprise, spoilers, or announcement. We will have patch 104. That's going to be hitting all platforms later this afternoon. There will be
Okay.
patch notes
What's in the
posted
patch
this
though?
afternoon. Very much not as chonky as 103, but it does address additional feedback and issues that people have been reporting over to us
you
in
got
actual
one?
patch notes.
Okay, so fixes.
Come on, put you on the spot.
Funny enough, I actually have this printed out.
Hopefully.
I don't think you can
Bug
say that
fixes would be
1.04 is
nice.
coming this afternoon and not give an example of something we're fixing in 104.
I know that they are actually doing a gameplay fix in regards to, or a gameplay adjustment to Helltide chests, so that Helltide chests will now actually drop unique items.
Yeah, have the chance to drop.
Oh.
items, but yes.
Sorry.
Okay, that's a good
Have
change.
a chance, not like a guarantee.
Especially the unique items are not
Now
that
that's quoted,
easily
and I'm just like,
found.
but,
So that's
And it takes a while. Sometimes
yeah,
you
that
get
sounds
lucky
stupid
from
for
the
me as a
butcher, but
GM to go like, I didn't
usually,
even. I thought
yeah,
they
it
already
takes
could
quite a
drop
while.
Uniques with Helltide chests, so I was.
especially on a new character,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
the
it's,
uniques
so
and
there are
the
some
general
content types
legendaries
that
drop
the
very
rewards
rarely.
are not dropping like unique items from it. So like like Whisper bounty caches, for example, don't have a chance to drop unique items when you turn in for those.
Didn't know that either.
Yeah, but I think that there's opportunities for us to
Unless
continue
you
to,
like
try
do a
and expose
lot
this
of
more as we talk
like
about these
hell
things moving
tides and
forward.
opening
But
the
yeah,
chest,
this
then
is an
you can
update
get
now.
lucky
We want to
with
make sure that
the
when players are trying
legendaries.
to target farm for certain kinds of uniques for their builds they need to grab in order to bring those things online, that those Whisper caches really can be used as a way to or not Whisper caches, the tortured gifts you can get from the Helltides events. Those are really good opportunities to go and try to go for those.
And that's this afternoon. So once 104 goes out, once your uniques can drop in.
That's
Helltide
right.
chests.
That's right. That's this afternoon.
Yep, and I will say, like, we've been getting, like we've mentioned, I think, many times already in this stream, we have been getting a lot of feedback related to bugs, issues, or even just, like, general gameplay feedback, and it's something that the team has been reading through and getting through, and those are things that, you know, obviously, we're addressing as we get through all these different updates in the future and everything.
Okay, at least they're actually like listening to the feedback and public.
Like seasons started before.
So that's good.
Launched just to try to set expectations.
So far they
which
were
we're
doing like a
moving as
decent
fast as
job
we can.
by
We
listening
have
to
to move also
the
safely, because if we move too fast, we
player
can kind
base
of vibrate the game
and
out of
making
stability.
changes.
And so we're trying to be
Not
as reactive as we can.
a lot of changes, but still
in a safe
changes, and
way,
it's
knowing we
better
have a
than
large
just
backlog of
what they were
Season 1
doing
was already
most of the
well
time
in
with World of
flight,
Warcraft.
and season 2 is also
game
very
was
much
just
well in
going
flight.
very down,
And so we're trying to make
and
those
they were
adjustments.
not
So we
listening
hear
at
the
all
feedback, so
to the
please
changes.
don't take the lack of instantaneous response as in we don't hear you. We hear you. We hear about, I want to lock my inventory. We hear you about all the different types of things that you're giving us feedback on, and we appreciate that feedback, and we're doing our best to address it as quickly and as safely as
Hopefully.
possible. So, so just
More
trying to manage
stashes.
expectations that
But not for money.
sometimes it might feel, but again, it's
Just
only
more
been 5
stashes.
weeks. We've,
Personal
this
stashes would
is
be
a game
nice
that
too.
we are going to
Like 2
we're
stashes
gonna
for
support
person, for
years to come. This is
character
the
would be nice.
foundation Of, you know, we said the launch was the beginning, not the end, and so we're going to be continuing to support this game through many seasons and through expansions and what have you. And so please just allow us some time to catch up and work through our backlog to get to those items that we know that you care about.
And I do want to note that we're, you know,
Okay.
as we were in preseason, we were obviously shooting out a lot of updates really quickly. And this is something we talked about a little bit on the campfire chat, but we are going to get into a more systematic way of being able to update the game. So it's not just going to be like ad hoc, hey, guess what, a new client patch type of thing, unless there's an emergency. But yeah, people start to find a more some familiarity with how we actually update the game around seasons and client patches that may occur, whether they are in between or only on seasons and so forth. So we'll have that actually communicated out, and people then know what to expect going forward when we do have different updates or different patches that actually do
Yeah,
hit the game.
I think it's really important that we have now talked about things we did in the preseason.
Well, they do patch
We
the game a
made
lot.
a number
I
of
mean,
changes on the balance side.
there are a
We
lot of
responded to a lot
nerfs,
of player
but
feedback.
I would
We got
like to see more
1.04
buffs.
coming out later on this afternoon. But Adam, what do the people want to hear about?
Zombie!
So we're actually now going to talk about, no, I'm just kidding. But we do want to talk about season 1. Season 1 is coming, and we actually have a really cool trailer to show off before we jump into
Oh,
it.
okay, a
So
trailer.
Get
Interesting.
it, Rich
Let's
and
see
Matt.
what they have to show us. Kill shot, huh?
I am writing
A
to you
letter.
because although a great evil is receding from Sanctuary, a new festering curse now spreads its corruption across the land. More dangerous, more malignant than I could have imagined.
Okay.
I have found a way to stop this plague,
Cinematic looks good.
to rip
I like
the
it.
dark power of these monsters from their very core and turn it to our advantage in destroying them.
So bloated
I
creatures.
cannot do this alone.
Zombified.
My allies have fallen. My strength is dwindling. The malignant
So wait,
are
they're gonna
calling
introduce new
us
characters?
without mercy. I need help. I need
Help.
you.
Season of the Malignant. Okay. That's a good introduction, but they didn't really show a lot. Starts 7/20. Okay, so in
There we
14
have it.
days.
The first season of Diablo 4 coming out on July 20th.
Yeah, as I said, it's gonna be
season of
at the end of
Malignant.
the month, actually.
Lots to talk about there. Lots to talk
Right.
about there. So we're actually going to jump into it. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so 14 days.
obviously, a lot of people want to know.
No need
what's
to get
going on.
overburned
You know,
from
we
the
even
season.
teased
I
it
mean,
on,
from the
social
main game.
media yesterday, where something was corrupting Sanctuary. I guess Tim, Joe, like
Yeah, no, okay,
explain
so
to us what's going on now?
So season
Okay,
one,
so what are we
the season
expecting
of the
then?
Malignant. So our very, very first season in the game is going to basically take place after the events of Diablo 4. So after the the redacted
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and redacted have happened, and the player has finished redacting the redacted. Once all that's out of the way, that's when things are really going to kick off in the world of Sanctuary. Kind of step off from that point. And there's a new threat that's basically emerged in Sanctuary. There's this malignance, there's this corruption that's begun to spread throughout like the hearts of the creatures throughout the world, and that's everything from like beasts to humans to demons themselves, everything in between. Can be corrupted by this malignance as beginning to take root and fester inside inside people. And it's basically kind of like it's changing them. Right, it's turning into
Okay, I bet there's gonna be like cosmetics with the new malignance.
It's threatening Sanctuary.
Probably gonna be
very,
just
very,
like
very high
corruption on the armor and something.
Players going to come across a new character that they're going to introduce.
That'd be
to
looking
over course of
cool for
season,
the Necro,
named
though.
Cormand, who we actually saw in the trailer there. Cormand is there he is. Cormand is an ex member of the Cathedral of Light. He used to be a priest of the Cathedral of Light, and he's taken it upon himself to start trying to dive deeper into this new malignant threat. That's
a
risen,
nice model for a
over the course of
character.
these,
I like it.
These days following the events of Diablo 4's main campaign. But he's finding.
So
himself
they're
maybe a
introducing new
little out of
characters.
his depth.
Interesting.
You say, Tim? Like, what do you?
For
what do
the
you think
lore, I
about
mean.
Yeah, he's trying to fix the problem on his own, and then I think when he's not 100% successful, he comes to the player and says, "Hey, you were really helpful in the past. Could I get a hand from you?" So that's kind of where things start.
Yeah, he's
So
very,
far the characters
I
are
think that,
well
like,
written,
he's
so hopefully
person-
they
everything
keep
in
it
the
up.
room is on fire, but he's sitting there like, "I can fix it." you know, we could find a way to
I
solve
hope the
this,
quality
right?
doesn't go down
But
in the seasons, because
he's a great
yeah, the
character.
seasons
The
are
player
probably
gets
not
introduced over
their
the course of the season.
like main
That's really
priority.
just
The
where things
expansions
kick
are
off.
definitely going to be like
You know, and
the main
players will start
priority.
the season of
And probably are.
Malignant actually in Kyovashad, and they're going to gain access to like that, like the beginning of the story of the season, pretty much right away. You know, so you're able to start off right at level 1, like jumping out of the gate and be able to start like following the thread of this new season storyline.
And we're going to talk about the transition
Okay.
from the current Eternal
So we
Realms
don't
into
need
the
to wait
season
for the
afterwards.
end game.
We're gonna
Okay,
get through
that's
the
good.
season information first.
Yeah,
but then
yeah,
we'll-
So
yeah.
well,
fresh
then when, I know people
new
are really curious
content
about
from
what happens to my
the
current
start.
character. How do I think about that transition? But we'll get to that after we get.
Just
to
depends
the
on what kind of content
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
absolutely right. So that's the.
There's
so
like
that's
it's
the kind of
only
the
2 new
highlight of
events
what
or
is-
something.
what's
That's gonna
happening
be
in
bad.
the
That's the
sanctuary.
theme, right?
That's the, that's
So
the
we
theme,
have a
yeah.
seasonal theme with a seasonal story, but like, what about the mechanic? On top of the theme, there's usually the seasonal mechanics. So what's the mechanics that we're looking at?
We're trying to add more stuff to seasons that appeal to everything that a player does in Diablo 4. So we are adding story, the elements of what you're going to find out about what is actually happening to Sanctuary, but then we want things that are new challenges for the player, things that you can fight that maybe you haven't fought before, as well as new powers, things that you can build your character in a different way, a different direction than you did in any previous season, or in this case, in the preseason.
New legendary aspects, and if new skills are around, that's going to be good.
We're starting with a mechanic around the threat. So what is the threat? The Malignant. We've been talking about it a lot. Where does the Malignant actually show up? That actually shows up throughout the entire game. When you're playing in the world of Sanctuary, anytime you encounter any elite monster, there's a chance that it will spawn as a malignant version of that monster. So that malignant version is going to have these growths on it and some additional power. After you kill it, a heart will actually appear, the exposed malignant heart that was causing this. If you then interact with that heart by using a Cage of Binding, it now starts a ritual where it's pulling all the malignants in and a new, even more powerful version of that elite is spawned.
Yep.
Why would you want this? How does this help you? Well, if you can manage to beat that even more powerful version where you see these other minions are now helping it, these other malignant creatures, now it drops
new
the
affixes
cage
I
part.
saw.
You've actually put all of that malignant power into this cage that is an item that you can use that is kind of like a gem. It's like a gem in the sense that you can socket it into gear. It is very much not like a gem in the sense that it has
Like a
an
corrupted
enormous
gem.
amount of power. Think of a legendary item, the kind of power that's in there. It's like that, maybe even a little bit more than that. So you can take these.
It's not my stream lag, it's
parts, you
lagging,
can
it's
socket them
theirs.
into your jewelry, and that
They
gives
have
you
issues, it seems.
these kind of stupid new broken builds that are hopefully balanced, hopefully, but they are extremely powerful. So these are new options of how you can play the game.
Yeah, so this
Okay.
is really, really cool, right? So
So
one
new
thing
powers
we
are gonna
wanna
be
do
from
with
these
each
new
season, to
targeted
Tim's point,
items
is we want
then.
to make sure that we're providing new ways for players to engage with Diablo 4, new problems for them to solve, new ways for them to customize their characters and kind of do new cool stuff.
Right.
And that's what Malignant Hearts. and the
Depends on
power
how
associated
many
with
of
Malignant
those
Hearts
new
really
skills or
allow us
spells
to
or
do.
sockets
So
there are.
one of these things, so yes,
It's
you
just
can
gonna be,
take Malignant Hearts,
increasing
manage to collect
damage
them when
versus
they
distance
kill,
enemies? That's gonna
when these
suck
super
then.
malignant creatures
That's
will
not
be
gonna be a
killed
great
this way,
aspect or
and you can
power
socket
up.
them into your gear. We have
If you're a
over
melee
30
character, then
32
this is gonna
new,
be
let's say like over
useless
30. We have
to
32 new malignant powers.
You know exactly how many powers.
Technically, it's 30.
Can we insert in
We have 32
vicious
new malignant powers going out
mutagen
this way. These
sockets
are
found in
our
jewelry?
new legendary power like
Critical
abilities.
strikes,
This one here, critical
electrify,
strikes, electrical
charges
charge,
enemy
to creatures for a set amount of damage. So these are like, there's a lot of really powerful.
So there's
things
like
this,
effects. Okay, that's
that you'll
good.
be able to kind of like interact with over the course of time. But each of the malignant hearts you're collecting are actually like a category. They're associated with a color. So if like brutal hearts, for example, or like have a blue color to them, and they'll only go in infested sockets you'll find on rings and jewelry during the season of the malignant of a matching color.
I see.
So when you're hunting for when you're finding new amulets and rings or gambling at the like the Opal's vendor, whatever it is you want to do, you're kind of looking for specific socket colors.
Or if you're getting a unique ring from the new Helltide chest rewards as you're playing from the one.
That's right. If you happen to luck out and get Mother's Embrace because you need another Mother's Embrace, then yes, you can absolutely.
One will never do. But what's interesting, like
Got those too during
so
my
there's
playthrough,
3 different
though.
types of color sockets. Yes.
There's 3 different kinds
Not a
of
bad
colored
ring, but
sockets, but there's
nothing
4
too
different
special.
types of malignant hearts.
Go on.
Oh, well, okay, I guess I will. So the last malignant heart type is called basically a raffle. It's like extremely powerful malignant heart type. They're very, very rare to find. They will fit in any colored socket as you go.
Oh,
and
okay.
you kind of want a combination of all of these. So even though that the Wrathfalls are pretty strong, you're really only looking to probably have like 1 or 2 of these based on what you might actually need for your build, over the course of time. So it's fun, like really want to be able to experiment with, again, creating these different problems for players to solve, different ways for players to engage with things, and really change up that experience by virtue of adding these new powers. They're going to unlock different builds potentially
Okay,
for
so
classes.
probably
for
the new
points,
powers is just
and
gonna be
basically
like
a
these
really fun, exciting new way for players to kind of inject new power
sockets,
in the
and
experience.
that's it.
But you're looking for the. So can the jeweler, when the jeweler right now can add a socket to, a piece of jewelry?
Yeah.
Are they able to add colored sockets, or are those
So
only
you can't
found?
choose the color, but anytime a ring would roll with a socket when the Season of Malignance starts, it's always going to have a color associated with it. There's not like, you couldn't get like just a regular jewel socket
But
anymore.
even a jeweler created one? Like if I have a ring with no socket, when I do the jeweler, it'll be colored?
It'll always be colored.
Yeah, so
It'll
you
always
do
be an
the-
infested socket in this way.
Got it.
Yeah.
But that's true for unique. So if I'm looking
So it's
for
like Path of Exile then,
a
something similar
unique-
to.
I have a unique ring, like you talked about, but I want the blue version. I could find a unique with the red socket, and I could find it with a yellow socket. So I'm looking for a blue. So
Yeah,
there'll
you might be able-
multiple versions of the uniques as well, right?
Yeah, it's like Path
Yeah.
of Exile. They
So
stole
yeah,
the
fun
idea.
stuff to look forward to, and that's just, I mean,
There we
that's-
go.
We showed in the video earlier, like
A
the
blue
players fighting
socket
living
or a red
creatures,
socket? Which
there's
socket do I
chance for,
need?
as Tim pointed out, like there's chance for all kinds of elites out there in the world to be malignant in nature,
Right.
which makes them a little bit more powerful. But then when you kill them and you go and you actually use the Cage of Binding to capture their heart.
Oh, there's
and
a
you create
plus
that
to it
super
too.
custom,
You
that's
will
like
be
conversions,
specifically
like,
looking
that's
for
gonna
a
bump
new
you by
item which
monsters, it spawns
has not
bigger-
only better
bigger,
stats, but
bigger,
also
like,
the red
combat
socket or
and
the blue
everything.
socket and so on.
There's more to look forward
So
to.
yeah,
Once
more
you
items
cover
might be
cover
more
and you
useful
wanna
to you
fight
then
higher
than
level
just
versions
going
of
and
those higher
spending
worlds,
those
you'll
at the
just get even
shopkeeper,
better
just selling
versions of
them,
those
or
hearts.
Yeah, so you can get stronger versions of the hearts as you get further into the game.
dismantling
You
them
might be
and getting
thinking, like,
resources
okay,
for
does
them.
that mean like the old, like the crappy hearts that I got earlier? Are those useless? You can actually break those down at the crafter as well to get a crafting material out of them that allows you to craft new items, including invokers. So invokers are something that you can use a little bit further on. Once you finish the campaign of Season 1, you will unlock the ability to go and use these at a specific place called a malignant tunnel. So if you are
By the way,
trying to...
that's also the name of my colonoscopy.
Okay.
There we go. And,
Okay, so there's a
It's a serious
storyline
thing
that
we
you will need
overfit
to
this.
complete.
And
That's
this,
actually
and
a
this
good
is
point.
going
That's a good point. So if you have a malignant tunnel, you
Adding
should
to
get
the
yourself
lore, very good.
So in the world of Sanctuary, when we say malignant tunnel, we mean, hey, I'm a player and I actually want to get more of these hearts, but it's just a random chance on elites out in the world. Where can I intentionally find more of them? There are these malignant tunnels. So there are actually places across the world where the malignance is manifesting in these new dungeons. So if you specifically want to go find more malignant hearts, you can hunt down these tunnels.
Yep.
You can go in and, hey, there are more malignant there. So there's a higher chance of finding malignant monsters there. And if you want to guarantee it, man, I really need a very specific type of malignant heart. How do I make that even more likely? That's when you take your crafted invoker, you go all the way...
The mics are a little bit too low.
Tunnel, and you can use
And the
it
game sounds are
on
too low.
malignant outfit. And you use it on that
Not me
outfit,
though,
now
it's
spawn
there on their part.
type of malignant. It's going to have the color associated with it of the heart you're trying to find. You kill that and you're going to get the specific heart. So there's a little bit more targeted farming you can do as you approach the end game.
Yeah, the thing that I don't really like about the
have,
new
like,
season
you
is
go to
like
the
they're just gonna
video,
reskin
you'll
the
be able to
enemies,
show you the going into an evoker event where you can go in
basically
and-
adding nothing new.
which I've heard called the turkey baster from hell, basically.
While the
but
blighted enemies are gonna be a masterpiece.
That wasn't the like art
A
direction.
new
on it,
thing, but
yeah, that's where we
yeah,
end
it's
up.
basically just gonna be
Yeah,
like
yeah,
more
included tunnels,
guts on an
you'll
enemy,
find
but
that there
basically
are
the
these,
same regular enemy.
These masses of malignants. that
An
you
enemy
can
variety is
interact
already
with,
like
each of
a
them has
weak
a few
point in
different
Diablo
ones,
4.
that can potentially spawn different colors of malignant outgrowths that can spawn from those. So it gives you those opportunities to
Oh,
go and like,
okay.
really target farm, as Tim's pointed out, like certain kinds of malignant hearts as the player's progressing through the experience. Yeah.
So when we show, like we were just showing it,
So there are gonna be new dungeons,
Yeah,
with-
show the one you were
which
just
are
showing
called
us.
malignant
Okay.
dungeons
Invoker
or
event.
something.
So basically, there's a growth. You get to the end of the tunnel. There's a you're able to basically, essentially, you're requesting a monster of a particular color. Yes, you're saying like I want a blue heart, a chance to get a blue heart by trying to defeat the blue monster. Yes.
That's right, and some of these, are, like particularly later on in the experience, like the most powerful hearts you can get are going to be delivered from things like these invoker encounters that we go and interact with. So yeah, something we're very excited about.
So basically, the use an invoker on the one of the pods.
That's right. Yeah, the outgrowths from this malignant mass.
Which then creates a blue monster for you to fight. You have to take that down, which will then. So does this one go through the same mechanic where I have to kill it, try to capture heart to kill
Yeah,
the harder thing?
When this thing pops up, after you kill this one, you don't actually have to capture it. You're fighting the powerful version of it like immediately.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, so you don't have to do the 1-2.
That's right.
Got it. So that's nice. So it's kind of a little like the sigil crafting, where you basically, I've got a bunch of stuff I'm not using right now. I can craft it down so that I can focus what malignant hearts I want. Because maybe my build, I know I want a brutal heart, but I haven't running into any blue malignants out there in the world. So now I can go into a malignant tunnel, fight my way to the end, have an opportunity to use the invoker to create a blue malignant to go after its heart. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Rogers called it out.
And
I bet one specific color is just gonna yell like the best ones.
That's good.
He's like, I will
usually
take
the
everything
case.
you said, summarize it into 2 sentences. And I know, like, obviously with the story and so forth, there are like new, like a new boss and so forth
Yeah, there's
associated
new, but
with
we're
it.
not really talking
We're
about
not
the boss
that
so much today,
redacted, but yes.
It's worth calling out.
It is worth calling.
There's new boss monster for players to fight over the course of the season. There are
Okay.
new legendary
Good.
items for players to collect this season.
Correct.
There's
Yes.
there's our legendary powers, I should say, for players
Yes.
to collect. There's new unique items for players to collect.
Now those new unique.
Oh,
legendaries and,
finally,
the
because
unique-
there's like
the
very
uniques.
few builds
for
you
that.
can play.
Those are
Want
not
more
just in the
variety
season,
for the
right? They're
builds.
those things that are also showing up in the eternal.
And more
That's right.
spells and
We'll
skills
go
zones as well.
Yeah, if you're a player who's like really trying to continue to progress your character in the Eternal Realm, there's now a few new items for you to go try to hunt for and use to kind of augment and change your build.
This is the moment where I can do the
Nice.
producer thing.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, okay, yeah,
So
please.
you probably saw before on the screen when we looked at the cinematic, it was awesome. In the end, we said you'll want to continue playing the game as normal on your existing characters or a new Eternal character if you want. July 18th, the new legendaries and uniques that we
hiccup.
were just talking about will be available to you on the Eternal Realm, as well as any other improvements, balance changes, rewards changes that we've made. Those will be there right away on July 18th. July 20th, the season turns on. You can now create seasonal characters.
I think it's like going
Okay.
back to managing expectations. I think one of the things we've been trying to be really clear about with Seasons is that it is not a continuation of the main campaign storyline. Like we've been trying to use phrases like it's a new quest line. Working with Corman to solve the malignant is a big, is obviously the journey you're on, but it's not about the Anarius Lilith journey. It's not extending that story. It's sort of a side story inside the open world.
Okay.
Yeah, it just takes place after the events of Diablo 4. But you're absolutely right.
So just side
this is a new
activities will-
self-contained
okay.
story within the season of the Malignant, which is great because it just gives us it affords us a lot of opportunities to tell an exciting story and to create like these new big features that kind of go along with that and support it.
So as I'm playing through
Yeah,
that,
usually people
it
don't
would be
play for the
amazing if
story
there was some
regardless.
way
They
to
just
sort
play
of
for fun
track my
gameplay and
accomplishments
then
through
new things
the
to explore
season.
and do.
I don't know, maybe some sort of journey perhaps
you
would
want
be
to track
really.
you want to track your seasonal journey through some kind of feature.
Is that, I don't know if I could tee that up any higher for you. We went from golf to
Yeah, went from golf to t-ball really fast. Yeah. No, absolutely. So this is obviously with season 1, where we're going to bring out the season journey feature, which I know we talked a little bit about on stream before, but I guess it's worth maybe calling out and maybe a little bit more clarity.
Hey, look, it's this, but without redacted all over it now.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is
No
Okay,
top
so
secret.
cosmetics, battle pass, oh wee, the most exciting part of the game.
Again, so the season journey is separated into 7 chapters, and like these major chapters, and each of those chapters has a number of objectives inside each of them in order
Okay.
to allow you to progress that chapter.
And you don't have
Oh,
to
it's
do all
like in Diablo 3.
You don't have to do all of them. You have to do a
Everything
subset
similar.
of them in order to advance to the next
You
chapter.
need to do specific stuff.
So,
Collect
well, I think
Gallo
it's really cool.
Shore
So
found
objective to
nearly
objective, You're
anywhere.
going to be earning favor drops.
Collect
for
a
use to
malignant
complete
in the
battle
heart
pass, which we'll talk
available
about a
after
little more in a minute.
completing or
But you're also, for your
skipping the
chapter
campaign.
completion
Okay,
moments,
so
you're getting big drops of that favor that's going to be used like an experience point value for your battle pass. But you're also going to be getting some like item rewards, and importantly, you're going to be unlocking new legendary aspects, ones that you can't normally get through the
Good.
Codex of Power, through like dungeon completion.
Legendary
And also
aspects,
many more
good.
new legendary aspects we're adding in the season. If you're playing in the seasonal realm,
Puts a
you
little
can
bit
collect
more
that through
build up
Codex of
on
Power
the
by going through the
character.
season journey. So it's
Which is
great
a little
way for you
bit
to introduce
lacking
yourself to some of
in-
these new
at the
things
moment.
as you're kind of playing through.
Yeah, I love this. Like one of the things that's hard about for people who know Diablo 3 and its sort of journey.
Hold on, wait. Do you love this?
I love this.
Oh, that actually feels really good to hear.
I love this.
I don't know
the
if I
notion
love this,
around,
but
like,
at the same
I'm-
time, it's just
I like
doing
the fact that
objectives
the
which you
subset
would do
aspect, because
regardless
I know there are
most of the
certain
time.
things. I'll pick a stupid
Some of
example,
them are
like
gonna be
maybe I hate
probably a
sellers
pain
for
in the
some
butt
reason.
to
I'm a
do, but
seller hater. And so
majority
I
of
never
them are
want
not
something
that
seller.
bad.
Then the fact that I
Just
could
do
advance
the
chapter
events
1 to
that
go to
are
chapter
fun
2
and you
without
just
ever
get
doing what
basically
lurks
get
below,
them done.
I think that's great because that's like I find you get into situations. I have other games where they're like, you must do this thing that you really don't want to do in order to progress, and the fact that I don't have to do that
there's
here,
a
that I
lot
can
of that.
choose a subset of things to continue my progress, I think is really smart.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's really good to hear.
There were
So
like
one
a
of the things we
couple
want
of
to do is make
in
sure
Diablo
like,
3 that
like,
I
the basic
really
example is, like, we really
despised
like
doing
letting
constantly.
players use our fields of hatred as
In each
opportunities to,
season
like, progress their
especially.
characters
Sure.
instead of the season, but we don't, and we want to include that
Which
in
is
the
the
season
PvP
journey,
fields, yeah.
which is the PvP content in the game. But we don't
Kill
want
the butcher in the hardcore mode.
to progress your season
Or
journey. There's
nightmare
options to guys
difficulty.
choose.
One
So-
thing I do want to call out here as well with the season journey.
Or more
I'm
likely
going to call it out in some other places is that
hard
it can be
mode
confusing
or
to
whatever
players
those were
initially that
called.
you
There
go
were
to
like a
this
couple
battle
of
pass screen,
difficulties.
You click on the season journey button. Do I have to buy the battle pass to get this? No. Everyone has access to the season journey. This is a base feature that everybody is engaging with.
Okay.
Actually, everybody has access
Good
to
to
the battle
know.
pass too. You're engaging with, even if you never pay a cent, you are engaging with the battle pass. You're getting
In
free
the
stuff.
seasonal realm.
In the
In
seasonal
seasonal
realm.
realm.
Yes, in the
Ron
seasonal
has always reminded me to say that. Like, in the seasonal realm, this stuff exists. There is no season journey if you're not in the season. That's very important. It only exists
Okay,
there.
that's-
There's no battle pass out.
Well, understandable, but
Yeah,
it's
that's
gonna be a
absolutely
big letdown
So,
for a
yeah,
lot
that's
of
the-
people.
that's
It's
the
already a
essential
big
way the season
letdown.
works. Those final
But
objectives,
it
those
always
final chapters are
did
really, really
work
tough
like
to
that,
complete.
I mean.
You can get some like special like cosmetics, like special like title and things towards the end of that path. So
Right.
we're excited to see players like engage with it and for us to continue to support it in future seasons.
And so we saw that the season journey grants you a lot of favor to go
Yeah.
towards your battle pass, but you also earn favor just out in the world killing stuff. And
That's right. Anything that's like killing monsters, completing like whispers and dungeons and things like all of these things will be earning you favor as you kind of play through the season.
Right.
So anything that's getting you experience points is a chance to give you that favor as well.
So if you have never played the campaign yet, like you're about to buy the game for the first time with the season, for example,
Right.
I'll be like, okay, I'm going to roll a seasonal character. I'm going to play the campaign. The fact that while I'm playing the campaign, I'm killing stuff and I'm still earning favor. Like this stuff is still sort of progressing in the background, right? In terms
absolutely correct.
I just won't run into I won't run into any malignant until I finish the campaign.
That's absolutely right. But you will, as you play, if you make a new character, to your point, Rod, on the seasonal realm, and you're playing through the campaign, you will be earning favor as you're killing monsters and doing things during the campaign. But a lot of those, and you can also progress
guess
your
it's
season
just
journey.
for
Some of those
some additional
objectives might
information for
require
new
you to
players if
interact with
they
season features that aren't
still haven't
available
bought the game and
until
haven't
after you finish
played
the
it.
events of the Diablo IV main campaign.
And that's probably one of the big things to be clear about. I know we're going to talk about the transition later, but in terms of getting access to the mechanic, the idea of talking to Corpsmen, capturing malignant hearts, having rings with colored socket or jewelry with colored sockets, that stuff all takes place post-campaign.
That's
And
correct.
so if you haven't beat the campaign yet, you're not going to run into these seasonal mechanics.
Yeah, you won't fight malignant creatures, for example, while you're going through the campaign
Correct,
on the
yeah.
seasonal realm, but you will shortly thereafter. So one of the things you can do, and I know we're going to talk about this, and we keep saying we're going to talk about this,
Right.
and then we talk about it anyway. But like, so I would say, like, one of the things you can do to get ready for the season is to make sure you finish your campaign playthrough. Diablo 4,
Yes.
jump in. You can choose to skip campaign when you make your new
Okay,
seasonal
that's
character,
kinda bad
and
for
dive
new
right
players
into the
then.
seasonal story and
They'll
content.
just have to go
And
for
that's
the
forevermore.
story.
That's
Well,
one
I
thing
mean,
we've tried to say
most of
is
them
that once you
probably
complete
will
the
just
campaign on
be willing to go
one
for the
character
story.
on your
Yeah, one
account,
character, one
for every
At the same
season
time,
moving forward,
as long as they
for any
can create a
character you
seasonal
create moving
character.
forward, you can skip campaign and start off in Kyovashad level 1 off. Well, and
Not always Kyovashad, but yes.
Is that the
Foreshadowing.
only thing that we can be doing to prepare
well,
for
we should
season
get to
one?
we should get to the battle pass. So the favor. So you have favor flowing because
They
you're
look
playing-
tired,
You're playing
actually.
game because you're doing your season journey objectives.
They
you're getting
probably
your
do a lot of
One
work.
the favors
I mean,
really
they
flowing
look
because I'm completing the
tired.
season journey objectives, and
Yep.
so that favor is
Majority
feeding
of them
into your
look
progress on the battle
sleepy.
pass. Whether you've chosen to just have the free battle pass, or whether you've chosen to upgrade it to a premium battle pass, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So what, can we go back to the screen, because I think it's one of the things. What we highlight here is part of the thing is kind of
look,
like,
they have
we use the
issues.
term. Why would I want to?
Yeah, the mic is cutting off for
One of the reasons you would
for
want to
them.
complete the battle pass is you could look like this.
Yeah.
And by completing the battle pass,
Wow,
mount
you will
armor,
look
the
like,
armor that the
yeah,
characters
like
are
a
wearing.
badass
And so
skeleton with a
this is what I talked
badass
about.
horse
So the-
with
so the
metal
thing that's really
horns.
cool about a lot of the items in the battle pass.
It
There are these really.
The horse
exciting
does look
armors
cool.
to
I
choose
mean,
for the
it looks
characters.
nice, but
there are like fun new emotes that go.
how much
patches
does it
for
cost?
different classes, And we have even things like the like what we're showing off here, like the Artisan's Tunic. We have some things that are like these. And this is actually one of our free cosmetics actually.
This looks nice.
The things are like a
Looks
little bit more
Scandinavian.
fancy that we can use to kind of like role play different kind of themes out for your characters, just give you more options.
Yeah, the
We have, like,
helmet
our
does
bigger
look
stuff
nice.
like this, like this is like the Awoken Cold Iron stuff is like some of like the like real chase armor cosmetics that exist at the end of the battle pass.
It's one of the things that.
How
like,
much does
when
it cost?
you
If
notice
it's
the-
like
either the
10
role-playing
bucks
armor,
and-
like the
and
artisan
something similar,
tunic
yeah.
or the helmet, is that one of the big things about the battle pass is that unlike the shop, the battle pass, all of the cosmetics are class agnostic. So why we have a preview for all 5 classes, so you can see what it looks like on a barbarian, what it looks like on a druid, what it looks like on a necromancer, and those sorts of things. And that's one of the nice things about the battle pass is everything you're earning on the battle pass, class agnostic.
Yeah, for those transmogs.
The exception is the transmog weapons. There are transmog weapons on there that are class specific, just because classes
Classes can
equip
only use
certain
specific,
weapons.
yeah.
So if your class can equip that weapon, then you have access to it. Just to reinforce, I think it was
No,
already
it's
expressed,
the
but
same now,
there are
too.
lots of free things on the battle pass. If you pay to upgrade it to the premium battle pass, what you're gaining access to are a bunch of additional cosmetic things.
Yeah.
So the only thing you're getting access to by paying is that additional cosmetic unlock. So there's really, really cool stuff, some on the early end, and then especially on the tail end of it, that's what you're buying into. But the free version...
Keep going. I'm getting ready to transition.
Okay. The free version
I know where I want to go after you.
still has some very cool unlocks, and anything related
Yeah, it's gonna be
to,
like
well,
each
one is
10
talking
levels you
about
get
blessings,
something
Well, that's
new
what
out of
that's
it.
saying with the free side. Like, so we were saying there's 27 free tiers in the battle
Like
pass.
basically
and part
now
of
at
those
any
27
other
free tiers
battle pass
are,
game, you just
smoldering
get like
ashes.
10
You
level
can
every
based
5 or
on
10
the level
levels
you
you
are
get
in the game,
a fake.
that you've progressed with favor. And what do those smoldering ashes get you?
So these smoldering ashes the player will collect in the battle pass are, as you called out, like they're
Definitely
on
the cool
track of the battle
horsey and
pass.
the
You
cool
can
armor
progress
is
to
gonna
the
be
character at a
on
certain
the
level in order to be able to actually use
upgradable
them.
battle
So they're
pass.
kind of like, they're rate limited that way. We'll take those and you'll be able to use those and apply them to the seasonal blessings system.
Right.
And here, okay, we can actually finally reveal all of these. So here are the places where, as the player is collecting these ashes, they can invest them here to give all of their characters on the seasonal realm kind of like this advantage able to carry through. So whether that is like, you know, boosts to, like,
Okay,
XP
so
earned
it's
from
pay to
objects
win
that
now,
you
huh?
collect here, or things like boosting the duration
Oh,
of
no.
elixirs that you're using over the course of the season.
Right, and you can looks like I'm assuming that. I don't know if it's
Hopefully
linear or not,
these
but if I
ashes
would
are
assume
like
it's linear,
available for
I could do it
everyone,
4
just not
times
for
at
the
15%,
players who
so
will
like
buy the battle
60%
pass, because
duration on
if that's the
elixirs,
case,
you know, in
this
terms
is
of
definitely
that
just
particular the earn
pay to
reward.
win. You just
That's
get more
right.
XP,
Yeah,
more
maybe
gold,
just be an extra little fun little
boost the
thing for
chance
the
of
case as they go into the
materials
season,
from
kind of, you know, help
salvage,
them, like,
boost the
push their
duration of
characters more
all
quickly as they kind
elixirs,
of get deeper and deeper into progression. into the
boost
season,
the
and give
chance
them
of
cool
powerful
opportunities to
malignant
manage
hard
the way while
drops.
playing through.
So
Dude, the
if
last
I were
one
to
is
max out with
insane.
my smoldering ashes,
If it's only for the battle pass users, this is gonna be
insane.
insane.
I can basically.
I
take
mean,
my
battle
30
pass
minute
users, those who will
elixir
buy
and
the
get
battle pass.
almost a 50-minute
Yeah.
elixir. So
Imagine that, you just buy more basically socket items, which might improve your damage and just the leveling experience in general.
Okay, that's really cool.
Yeah, and give you boosts to like get
That's-
more opportunities
okay.
to earn like the or better malignant heart drops that can occur for you as you're playing.
And these are available to everyone because
Yes.
who's
Yeah.
in the seasonal realm because
Oh,
it's part of the
okay.
contract.
Okay, okay.
And they are limited based
Available
on,
to everyone, that fixes
they're
it
also
up.
limited based on
That
level
fixes
of
it.
the player, so that even if someone were to use tier skips,
Yeah.
even though they might get to the tier that says free
You unlocked an
smoldering
ash,
ashes,
it might require-
it doesn't.
Except for
actually
that would
unlock
be
until you get to
under
level
the
Yeah, for like,
threshold
for
of
example,
buying
the
a battle
first
pass.
ash
That
you
would
unlock in the
suck.
battle pass,
That
I
would
think it's
suck a
tier 8
lot.
maybe.
Tier 8,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. and
Pay
it's
to
a
win,
level
clear
40
as day.
character requirement, as an example. Just to make it really, really clear, like you will be able to use this in time, but immediately, like you need to continue to progress your character and like continue to level up, and then you'll be able to use that accordingly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay, so far
do
as
my little summary.
what I saw is
So
pretty
basically-
decent. I mean,
what we
it's
said,
nothing
so we
too
have a
major,
seasonal
nothing
theme of the
too much,
malignant,
but
which is
I
mechanics,
guess we'll have
tapping
to see
malignant
once the
hearts and
season
putting
comes
them in
out.
jewelry. We use
But I
that
like that
to
there's going to
complete
be
our
like new
season's
aspects.
journey.
There's going to be
Our
like
season's
new
journey is
legendary
rewarding
items.
us
There's going to
favor.
be like
Our
additional
favor we're
story.
then putting into the battle pass to get really cool cosmetics and transmogs.
like different
but also
monsters.
based on our level and
Kinda
our
different.
tier in the battle pass, we'll get smoldering ashes. We can
But
use
the new
smoldering
power-ups
ashes
and
to apply
legendaries
Seasonal Blessing,
aspects
which
and
allows
the
us to
new
use
sockets
those
are going to be
items and get your
probably
perks
interesting to
for
try.
during just this season that we've unlocked.
That's correct.
So the free person's experience, if you never want to pay a cent, you are still getting a lot of power
Yep.
out of the season journey and the free aspect, the free unlocks on the battle pass. So this is kind of.
Well,
an
if it's gonna be a
increase
cool
in
mount,
power
I
for
probably
everybody.
might pay,
And then
but
if you
in
want to
general,
spend
it's
money,
not
just
necessary to
reinforcing
do that.
That's unlocking more cosmetics.
Cosmetics.
And don't get me wrong, like they're
It's
amazing.
At the end of the
cosmetics.
day, you're not
I
gonna
pay
use
to
those
unlock it myself,
cosmetics
but
because you're just
there's
gonna
no power that comes from them. They are
hoard
transmog.
so
They are
many
not
of them
actual items.
that they're
It's
gonna
just
lose
a
value
transmog
to
you can
you,
place
and they're
on
not
your
gonna
armor
be
to
as
look cool.
cool
They don't
looking
actually
anymore,
cause
and you
things to
just
light on
won't
fire.
use
just
them.
reinforcing
It's
what
the
we had
same
talked
right
about
now. I have
before,
like a lot of
the
legendaries. I'm
launch
just,
and so
I
forth,
mean,
is the
a lot of
battle pass
cosmetics, and I'm
itself
just using the
dictates
same
that
ones.
anything that if you
The ones
do
I
pay
like
for
the
battle
most,
pass,
and
all
that's
paid
it.
items are going to be cosmetics, and for you, it's
And
no
if-
pay for power.
And if you bought the deluxe or the ultimate edition, this you already will have a ability to make that a premium battle pass. It still doesn't. So that's great for them. So then let's
Alright, and
talk a little bit
which
about
did I buy?
the transitional
I forgot.
side of
I
it
think I
in
bought
terms
the
of
one
how
with
I go into this or what happens. So there's a couple of different
battle
things. There's
pass.
like one is like there's a need. So there's a question. I guess we should talk about renown. Like one of the big things that we hear the most about is
Oh yeah, renown.
hey, I
Hopefully
spent a
that
lot
we
of time,
don't
and I
need to
know
farm
I
it
did
again.
too. I completed all my renown objectives. I've got full everything, and now I hear, oh, I have to reroll my character in season. Do I have to go find all the altars of Lilith? Do I have to go all clear the fog of war again?
Yeah, so I know we've talked about this in stream before, but it definitely bears repeating. So like when season 1 goes live, players are going to be able to go basically carry over like all of the fog of war that they've cleared. So everything, all the world they've explored on their characters in each of the zones, like in the Fractured Peaks and Scotsland and such. All of that's going to carry over, as well as all of the renown you have earned from all of that.
Okay.
Oh,
So
right.
so
That's a good
basically where we
change.
see areas
They don't
discovered.
change anything,
Let's say I've
basically.
actually, okay,
So
we'll-
if
we'll
you
say
completed
this is
everything,
this
it's going to be
person.
completed. That's
so
good.
right now they've got 30
start
areas
stronger
discovered,
too,
which is
then,
worth
I mean.
150 renown.
Right.
So what's
You'll
going to
get,
happen
like,
is in the season,
5
I'm gonna
points, I
have
think?
30
No,
areas
wait.
clear
2,
inside
2.
of Kyrgyzstan, and I will have
10
150 renown
to
already
spend
in
on
the bank.
skills.
And it
or
will have
skills.
unlocked whatever 150 renown will have unlocked. on that
Absolutely right. Yep, absolutely right. So you're gonna have that, and you're also gonna have already collected all of your altars of Lilith that you've got from your
So,
account as
so
well.
the same thing here.
All
So I will
right,
have
even better.
12
Don't no more altars.
appearing on my map immediately, and I will have 120 renown in the bank with my other 100. So I'll have 270 renown already earned, waiting for me to claim when I fire up the season.
That's absolutely correct. So these are the advantages you get to start with, and like if you look at like all
Okay.
the renown you can
Good.
collect from discovering all of the areas and from getting all of your altars.
That's
of
good.
Lilith,
That's a
it's gonna
good
get
thing.
you in each of the zones, basically through the first 2 tiers, and a little bit of the way through the 3rd tier
Right.
for each of the zones for renown. So you get to start with like if you start at level 1 on day 1 of the new season with a brand new character, you'll start and you've done all of this work with your previous characters and previous playthroughs. You'll have 5 skill points to play with, and then 5 extra potion charges. So you'll be sitting at 9 potion charges.
At
right
level
away.
1, you'll have
Yeah.
5 skill points and
Okay,
9
that's good.
potions ready to go.
Absolutely. You just claim those things down. You're good to go for the season.
And your map reveal.
I thought you had
And
more
your map
points,
we've
but
got.
So
Okay.
that goes back to what Tim was teeing up earlier. When we think about, hey, I'm
They
excited
reduced
about the
the number a
season,
little bit.
I want to prepare for it. I've got.
But that's good.
What
That's
is it?
still
Is
good.
it
That's still good.
6
You
today?
don't need to like repeat
today's
the renown
6,
because
yeah.
it takes
Yeah,
a
I've got
lot of
14
time to
days,
do
14
and
days.
finish
2
everything up.
What should I be doing in these next 2 weeks? And so one was I better get the campaign done because I
Yeah,
really want to
complete the campaign.
fight the malignant. But now,
Oh, the campaign is done.
if you had places,
Oh,
to
maybe
go
I need to finish it up
dig
on
deep-
the
dig
soft
deep
core,
on
but
clearing
on
the
everything
fog
else I
and
did
dig
it.
deep on finding the altars because those are going to carry into the season.
Yeah, all that stuff will carry.
Oh yeah, I
over.
need to find the altars
Okay,
on
so
the
then,
soft
Tim,
core. I did that on
How do I think
hardcore
about?
already.
I've got 5, 6 alts.
I'll need to
my
finish the
character
renowns
renown,
too, I
Eternal
think.
Realm. We're talking about carrying over.
But I probably will
progress
just play in
based on
hardcore. I
it.
mean,
How do
it's
I
more fun.
Ensure
More
that
stressful,
the
too.
Progress, like the most progress character, it actually impacts my seasonal character. Like,
Yeah, Tim, tell us.
could
Yeah, it's a great question. For various
probably will
technical
go for the druid again.
reasons, we do actually need you to log in on existing characters to kind of self-migrate some of your data with this. So this is something that we implemented based on player feedback that we got. So we put it in as quickly as we could. It is in for Season 1, but what we need you to do, once Season 1 comes out, actually once the patch comes out, you don't even have to wait until July 20th. You can do this on July 18th, which is when the patch goes live. You should log in with characters that have the most progress. If you have a single character you've played, or if you have one character that, hey, on this one character I unlocked all the altars and cleared all the fog of war, awesome. You just have to log in with that person. When you log in with that character, all of that progress is going to be propagated across your entire account. It'll be saved as, hey, this is just unlocked for your whole account now. At that point, any character you log on, either one of your existing alts or any new character you make in seasons, will now have all of that progress. So you have to do it once.
Okay.
But after you've done that, it is now saved to your account. And just to reinforce, the experience you're going to have if you have unlocked all these things, it takes a little bit of work, but if you've unlocked
They need to
all
do
of
that on the
when you
18th.
start that new seasonal character, wow, is that a lot of power. You are going to level pretty fast, because extra 5 skill points, extra 5 potions, you are ridiculously overpowered when you first start playing. Like, that is a lot of extra power.
It will accelerate you a little bit as you start.
And because
Voila,
that is
the
a big factor, like, we
Necromancer,
will be reminding
it just
everyone
clears
that we're gonna
everything,
be, like,
basically.
literally screaming from the
It's a
rooftop,
lot
and we
easier
will be
once you have,
posting it
like,
in
more
our
skills and
our
all that.
patch notes on
Major
next month
boost.
for the patch on the 18th, just to remind people that yes, log into your characters beforehand. Even if you log in, like if you jump into the season later on, you can log into those characters with the most amount of progress.
Well, that's
and so forth.
that's the two things we should, because there'll probably be questions. But one is, I don't do that for whatever. I go on vacation. I'm not playing. I come back. The season started. I can still log in my Eternal Realm character and have all that progress brought to the season. Yes.
Yes.
Even after the season started. So it's not like, oh, you only have 18 to 20 to get it those 2 days.
It's there forever. Functionally, from this point forward, anytime you ever log in on a character, it will just check like, hey, does this character have any progress that's not already credited on your account? Cool, I'm now crediting it to your account.
Right. And so and
Okay,
that's for the
good.
seasonal. So if I think about the Eternal Realm, like for example, my Necromancer has everything.
Okay, pretty
got the
much
full
good
bar
changes
of
for the
renown,
new
all
season, I would
5.
say. There's
Not humble bragging. I'm just that's
That's the
point
first
of
season. We'll see how it
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
plays
yeah.
out,
So for the
but
next
in
5
general, I would
minutes, we're
say
gonna
it's
talk
So let's talk
Pretty
about how
good
good my
for
Necromancer is.
Blizzard.
No,
They did
well,
listen
the
to a
thing is,
lot
I
of
have
things.
a Sork that has not
Especially
had
the
same
renown
level of
thing.
progress in the world. So after the 18th, when I log in my Necro and all that progress gets put to my account.
Yeah,
When I go
nerf
to log in my
Necros a little
Sork
bit.
next, even on the Eternal Realm,
And buff
my
Druids
Sork
a
will
little
now
bit.
have all the progress that my Necro
Correct.
has.
Absolutely.
That's exactly right.
And let's say, like, just to dive really deep into this. So let's say that you've got,
I know,
you've got 2 different
we
characters.
should do some sort of
you've
dev
got-
stream where we can talk and go deep.
That's true, actually, yeah. So let's say you've got like 2 characters you play. Like one has done everything in the Fractured Peaks, has uncovered everything in the Fractured Peaks, and has uncovered like all of the altars level both. You get another character who's gotten everything in Scott's Glen, who's unlocked like all the the Fog of War, has found all the altars Lilith. If I log in on my Fractured Peaks character, and just by doing that, all of that credit will now be transferred to my Scott's Glen character. When I log into my Scott's Glen character, all of that credit will be applied to my Fractured Peaks characters. At that point, all of the credit of the progress I made on either of those characters has been propagated to the entirety of my account.
Right. So it becomes an and.
It's not just like it's and. It's not like the one account that has the most stuff and then I want to log into that one. No, you want to log into every account that might have like tons of progress if they've made in different directions. Right.
And I think to just again, hey, let's talk about managing expectations. Some of you might be saying like, wow, that sounds a little clunky. And I think the point that Tim was trying to make was, hey, prior to season 1, we had actually talked about that you wouldn't have any renown progress carryover. You would have to go find the altars of Lilith. You would have to go clear the Fog of War. Like the original plan.
No one liked the idea. That's why we had to change it.
Prior to launching the game, the original plan that was that there
That
was
was
no
the bad idea,
transition
dude.
of state from Eternal Realm to Seasonal Realm as part of this. And so hearing the player feedback as we talked about seasons and hearing the response that we got about what I have to find all the altars again, what I have to clear the map again, and wanting to make sure that we were listening to the players, we put in a system that allowed us to do that, but is not the most smoothest, most sophisticated because we were doing it under very tight time constraints as quickly as possible.
Hey, did you want it done? Did you want it done? The answer is
I'm
yes.
just saying, like that wasn't the design from the start was not to do this.
Right.
Log in a character on the 18th and make it pass.
Yeah.
That's what we had to do to make it happen for season 1.
And this was based off of obviously player feedback that we've gotten since launch. So this is us implementing it quickly to address the feedback that you guys have been giving. And then on top of that, I like a huge shout out to our engineers for getting this all implemented before we actually jump into the season.
Much like the Nightmare Dungeon teleport,
Exactly.
like miracles can happen and very quickly. So
What is happening with their streams? I mean, it is
how long it would take to do.
have some
So
issues.
The first answer is to do it
and
right.
quite a bit.
First
Of
answer
course.
is they cry.
The mics, the cutouts.
Work right now, and always, if you told me you wanted to do this X months ago, I could have done it way easier because we implemented it completely differently. So, yeah, we make it work, but sometimes the fact that you have to log in to get the progress propagated, we would have made it a smoother version if we knew months ago.
All right, look, all right. Like, zoom in on me. Zoom in on me.
Come closer.
Let's do that.
Okay,
so
that's a fairly long
yeah,
stream they are doing actually.
It's a live game. We know we need to it's a live game. We know we are looking at trying to make improvements based on the feedback that we're getting from players. We're playing the game ourselves, so we're kind of seeing how everything is really feeling as it's all coming together with a giant audience of players playing and enjoying the game. we want to make sure that we are making the right changes as quickly as we can for the community. Some of those things are a lot harder than others. But like all the feedback, like Adam, you called out some things really early on at the program, like, we're hearing feedback about, this and this, and like, inventory space. We talked about gems last time and things we want to do there. We're trying to move very quickly in a lot of these things. Some of them are a lot more challenging technically to do than others, but we are rapidly moving on as many changes as we can because we are fervently trying to make the very best version of Diablo 4 possible in the fastest time frame that we can to deliver to the player base, because we're players too. We also want the same things. So just know that we're working hard. We care deeply. We love our engineers and our designers and our producers and the staff been helping with like all of like the hotfix and everything else. We are trying to make sure that we are delivering a really, really high quality experience to players on a regular basis. So just stick with us. Keep giving us that feedback. We're going to keep making adjustments as we go between seasons and other updates.
I can attest that whenever Joe
that's
likes
understandable. I mean,
based on feedback he's seen from
giving feedback, and if they're listening, and they kind of are most of the time now, so that's pretty good.
First request, never like, hey, let's get this
They need to
in.
improve the
When it
end
makes
game
sense,
too.
when it's
Just
comfortable
get,
notes.
the end game is
Can
a
we
little
do
bit
this
lackluster
Is
right
it
now,
possible for us to do
especially
this
just
right now?
like doing
I would also
dungeons.
urge
Nightmare
everyone
dungeons
to
are like
open window
very,
when it's
very
every
boring to
6
do.
seconds.
But this is the thing about like about doing it safely. Like I think one of the sort of the junior mistakes some people can make is this idea of like time is only what it takes to implement, and it's not. It's time is also what it takes to test and make sure that it's robust and stable. And so that's one of the things that like when you look at we have a follow the sun QA organization around the world, and that's what allows us to do, I don't know, we're up to 15, 16 hot fixes or more now.
Yeah.
And our big client patches is that ability of not only can we get we have some heroic engineers who can turn stuff around very quickly, but we also have some heroic QA teams around the world who are helping us make sure that when we make these changes, we're doing it in a safe way. So, but I appreciate your patience on that. And so this is exciting. Season 1, Season of the Malignant.
Yes.
It's finally here.
Yes.
I'm waiting to reveal this for a
in 2
long
weeks?
time.
And, in 2 weeks, and again, like Tim
It's
had
not
mentioned,
technically here for you all, but soon, soon, very soon.
as Tim had mentioned, we will have a patch on the 18th for Diablo 4 that will contain all the changes that will be coming in with Season 1.
Yep.
If Tiffany Watt were here, who was on our campfire chat before,
Yep.
she categorized our 103
got
patch as
disconnected.
chonky.
Right.
I will categorize
Hello.
in Tiffany Watt's words
The technical
as
term, yeah.
super chonky for Season 1. It actually is our largest, or chonkster, as Tim called it. I think we were chonkers. So we're going to pull up the Wikipedia entry and actually go through it, the history of chonkers. But yeah, it is very big. So we will have notes up for that. And again, players can prepare for Season 1 by, completing
Okay,
the
so
campaign
Diablo
for sure.
4 already is a big
making
game,
sure
so it's gonna
yeah,
get
clear
even
fog
bigger.
war, discover
We'll
the
need
map,
more
and of
info,
course,
we need more
get all your
space
altars.
for it.
So
dude.
lots to come for Diablo 4, and then again we also have just more improvements that will be in that patch. What class our balance changes to bug fixes to you name it. I can go on. There's even some reward changes.
Okay, at least they're fixing stuff too at the same time. That's
Nightmare
good.
Helltide related activities as well, some endgame activities, because I've been hearing some feedback regarding like, hey, it would be great if we can get like maybe better rewards with some of these activities, and so I know some of those changes are coming in that actual update as well. But I know we want to do Q&A.
We do.
Yeah.
And this is a live stream, by the way.
Yeah.
So I know we get sometimes people are like, I don't know if this is live. No, this is totally live. So we're actually going to be bringing in, we're actually going to kick off Rod because we're done with him. No, I'm just kidding. Rod is actually just
I'm actually going to go and annoy you from the side.
I know. It's the worst. Rod's going to jump over here. We're actually going to bring back in Chris and Ryan from the Immortal team. Who will be jumping in here.
I think you're supposed to open that chair. I didn't do my job.
Yeah, no, he's not the
had one
most
job and
interesting
failed to do it.
part.
To open the chair.
So
They're
we're gonna bring
probably
these
gonna
guys
choose,
in.
like,
I know we
questions
have questions queued up
that
from,
they
from
are willing
different
to
people,
answer.
in Twitch chat. So if you guys have questions, of course, feel free to drop in questions
Chris
and
is
everything.
not quite in. You need to switch to
Oh, I need to scooch too
Scooch a
because I
little
think
bit
I'm,
over.
I'm
Yeah, I think we
like,
can scooch a little bit more.
Live television.
we're scooching live.
And we're scooching, live scooching, ladies
So
and
here's the
gentlemen.
problem. We also the
Like all
production
kinds of
team hates
cables
me.
beneath us and stuff.
I want to give a shout out to our production group behind here because I literally go like, oh, we're only gonna have like 2 people, and then we continue to add people, and then Rod wanted to be in it yesterday. So now suddenly we're up to like 20 people, and this room can't hold this many people. So I apologize.
Yeah, you're
They
right,
are
we're okay.
angels, and they deal with me. But we do have some questions, and I will be kind of going back and forth in between both of them. But we do. Oh, perfect. We do have some questions up here. Someone's also calling me, which is awful at this time. Quick question. Any updates around, this is for D4 specifically, any updates around respecting characters?
Yeah, so right now I think that there's a few different concerns we're hearing from the community.
Oh yeah, they do need to
Still
change
cost
one
of,
thing about
respecting
respecking.
characters. And then there is a very
And that is the
and then there is the
respecting
actual
the
experience of respecting
Paragon
the character,
levels.
particularly when you're deep
That
into the
sucks.
Paragon system. Like that takes a lot of effort. So we have longer term plans on the user experience side, like on the menu side. Things we want to do to improve the flow of allowing players to respect their characters. These are things we're actively investigating. We have designs for things we're looking to add into seasons in the future, but we don't have a date that we're committing to today for that. And in terms of the actual price of that, we're evaluating things on like the gold economy, and we're taking a look at like what players are doing on a regular basis. We're not making any fundamental structural changes to today at this time, but we are, because we're satisfied with where things feel like in the 150. One thing we will be adding though is as part of seasons, there is now a new reward that you can collect as you're going through the season journey at the end of each season, called the Scroll of Amnesia. Which, once you collect a Scroll of Amnesia, you can use that one time to basically reset the entirety of a character all in one go for no gold cost at all.
Oh.
So these are gonna be like pretty fun things.
Okay, that's nice.
Want to use for future playthroughs.
Yeah, the gold
for
cost is
that
a little
character
bit
or
too
another
much.
character. So we want to make sure that we're like slowly adding a few of these as the players.
Especially if you're
experience
trying out
experience,
different
and
builds,
make that
it's
a little
just
bit easier for players to go through.
And that's
expensive.
what I mean,
4 mil
every
basically
use,
to
all
reset
your
the
skills,
all
all
your
your
skills,
character,
the
everything
skill
goes into it.
tree, and I'm not even talking about the
Awesome.
Paragon tree.
For Immortal, we have a question from, I'm reading everyone's names, 8 Miles West. How much will the Blood Knight cost? I know we covered this early on, but if you guys want to read
Oh no, the Blood Knight is gonna be additional?
it's free. So if you're a new Immortal
Oh, it's free,
player,
okay, yeah.
or you're a existing Immortal player, you can literally jump in, start playing the Blood Knight.
It would
on
suck
day
if it would
one,
be like
which is on July
10 bucks
13th.
to get a
So,
new class.
and of course, you can
Shit.
play through the campaign, and we had mentioned that
Oh.
has essentially custom VO and everything associated with it.
That's right.
For D4, I should be more prepared with these.
That's usually that's
That's
a
usually- that's-
safe statement all the time. Is
We
you
have-
should be more
we have
prepared.
Rod judging me off screen right here, and I'm just like, awesome.
Perfect.
Little side story real quick. So we have a thing in design called design armor, where like as you're about to like talk about an idea with someone, you're like, this might be a really bad idea, but and that's you putting up your shield saying, this is my design armor. Saying, I know that this might be really, really bad, but we're talking about it anyway. So yes, I should probably be more prepared, but here we go. That's your design armor.
There's no
Question
way to prepare for
from,
these kind of things, I imagine.
Big Lorna.
You
Terrible.
committed to saying the
Fig-
names.
I know I did.
We don't want anyone to suggest that these are not gold questions.
Yeah, from Big Larna, will seasonal mechanics be added to the Eternal Realm after the season ends?
That
I think
is
that's
a-
something we didn't actually clarify really.
Oh, that's a
Great
good question,
that actually
actually.
gets asked internally as well a lot. Like, hey, this is awesome. Are we going to keep it around forever? Initially, no. Like, initially, the version of the melee mechanics that you're seeing are not planned to show up in the Eternal Realm. However, we are reserving the right as developers that if we see something cool and we think, wow, this is just fantastic, this should just be part of the game,
Yeah.
that we will just make it part of the game.
They
So it
should
is
keep
absolutely
it.
an
I
option.
mean, Path of
Some
Exile
mechanics
just
you
does
might see
that.
in future
They need to
seasons
do that,
might
too.
be that way right away. We might be planning that, hey, this will show up in Eternal Realm right away. Others will evaluate them as we play them and then see if this is working really well. This is something that we want to integrate with the Eternal version of the game.
Yeah, I want to stay on this just 1 second longer. That's not to suggest that we're not going to be, as part of seasons, intentionally using those update opportunities to create content for the base game, like
Yes.
stuff that will persist beyond the end of the season. But we really do want to hone in on the idea that we're like, Malignant Hearts are very powerful, as we talked about before. They're really, really cool. They're very exciting. We can't add something exciting like that every season if it's expected to all last, because the game's going to be a complete mess.
Right.
So we're not going to do that.
Well, it makes
what we-
sense
what we end
too,
up needing to
but-
do is all of those things would be extremely incremental in terms of what they offered to the players over the course of time. and it would make the game extraordinarily dense in terms of what the players expected to do on a regular basis.
And to understand.
We know that there's opportunities to extend things like add more endgame features. We know that there's more content that we want to add to the game in general that like everybody's going to need forever, and we're going to be looking at those opportunities as we go. But things like Malignant Hearts, we don't want to have something of that size in Season 1, then add something of similar size in Season 2, and then Season 3 and Season 4, because the game's going to get extremely dense and difficult for players to really navigate. We want to be able to like take these things away, introduce new ideas, but having known what worked really well with Malignant Hearts and what stuff we could maybe have improved upon, we get to take all those ideas forward.
It's also part of the cool factor of
yeah,
the
that
season
makes
is that when
sense,
you're
but-
going in, these Malignant Hearts, it's there for the season. So even, let's take a player that, let's say, doesn't like to play alts except of the same class. I just love playing Barbarian, and you know, I have 3 different Barbarians already on Eternal because
Well,
it's
if you're
the
a big
perfect
rogue
class.
player and all you play is rogues and all you do is build rogues,
There might be a lot of those too. But let's say a Barbarian, that's my hypothetical, I'm sticking with it. So I'm a Barbarian lover and I've made all these Barbarians. Season 1 is still an exciting time to make a new Barbarian because we have all of these new Malignant powers that allow you to make radically new builds that are completely different from Barbarians you played in the past. Your end game is going to be very different. So that excitement goes away if we just say like, oh, all of these powers just exist in the game forever. The whole idea is that no, every season is a fresh new experience that gives you builds that did not exist previously. So the idea is some of that stuff is always designed to go away.
Yeah.
So Joe, I mean, one of the things.
this is Rod off camera speaking.
Rod,
Rod,
Kind of
Yeah,
makes
okay.
sense. but-
Joe,
Yes.
maybe speak to the fact that everybody starts at the same place of the season is one of the benefits, so that people aren't like a year behind when they go to play season 4.
Yeah, that's an important part of this as well. One of the reasons we really like the idea of letting players start back fresh and have like an economy reset, players really jumping back in the experience at level 1 with characters, is it allows us to focus on making sure the entirety of that journey is really engaging and exciting for players to go through. And we want to make sure, like by the end of the first session, for example, like you're getting exposed to like the new features and content available that we're introducing in that season. That everything feels like it's balanced in such a way that players can really enjoy the new things that we're adding, in the way that they're kind of intelligently mixed with the rest of the features in the game itself. So that we think of that experience is part of what makes a Diablo game anyways, like making a new character, getting those item drops, like building up towards the end. With regards to like the way that we decided to conduct our efforts in seasons for Diablo 4, we think this is a really like the prime example of the way that we can make this work.
But I wanted you to hit on the point, the fact that if somebody buys the game.
Yeah. They're not like fundamentally behind.
Yeah, if
players who played
somebody,
before.
like, I'm gonna mess with the camera people. Can you?
Yeah.
You can't even do it, can you? You can't even get there. All we can do is I can just have my talking stuff. Oh, hey, what's going on? The notion of the thing that we're talking about is that.
Okay,
we
so
want,
if
again,
they're gonna
the
remove
game's
the
live
socket
service
items,
games
is
over
it
the
okay?
years. We
But
want
if
somebody who
they're
buys
gonna
the
remove
game a
like
year from
every
now
single
to
edition
not
from
feel
the
like they're a
game,
year behind.
Yeah.
I mean, from the
So one of the
season, that
benefits of
was
seasons is
kind of sucks.
in season 4.
Just leave the
on
story,
day one,
side
you and I are
story,
both
and
level
then
1. I bought
some
it
of
that day,
the
you have
things
owned
that
the
you
game
can
for a
work
year.
upon.
We're in
The
same place, we can
aspects,
play together and have fun
especially
together, and so as
because we
opposed to
need those.
everybody from this moment on is now
More
falling
builds are more
behind.
fun, dude.
Seasons allows us to have that fresh start for everybody, right?
Yeah, that's actually, I could have put it better myself. That serves as a really good opportunity for us to make sure that players have a starting point together when you want to come in a little bit later into the game experience. If you've taken a season or 2 off because something else came out, we want to make sure that it feels like, the most important thing for us in seasons, like kind of going off script in a different way now, is that like, when you're playing seasons and you're playing Diablo 4, you're having a great time. And when you've reached all the goals and done the things that you think are really important, and you want to go like take a break to go play something else for a little while, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. We do the same thing.
You don't fall behind,
But
yeah.
when a season rolls and there's new things for you to come check out, that's a great time to come back. Particularly if you had a good time playing before. That's exactly when you should come back and check out Diablo 4 fresh.
Okay, I'm out. Sorry.
I'll be honest, when the next WoW expansion comes out, there's a non-zero chance that I'm going to play WoW for a while. But it's great to know there's a point that I can come back to Diablo 4 and everybody's on an even footing. Yeah.
Question here from Jeffrey Allen, and didn't specify the D4 or DI, so I'm actually going to ask both because I think this is relevant to both. Also,
Why do you have a new mic?
I actually don't know. But yeah, 2 mics, guys. I'm very
I'm too like Adam. I'm too like Adam.
you have me in stereo.
About me. I'm too like Adam.
Can you say which cosmetics will be transferring between characters? So for instance, like for Diablo Immortal, we'll ask this specifically for Diablo Immortal, and then we'll talk about Diablo 4. But in regards to transferring cosmetics, like if you ended up buying a cosmetic in Diablo Immortal, does that actually also appear on the Blood Knight?
So cosmetics purchased.
Okay, I don't really care about
prior
that.
to Blood Knight's release will not be retroactive. However, the sorry, what was the Mother's Lament set?
Hatred's Heritage.
Hatred's Heritage will be available for the Blood Knight.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So going forward, there will be now new cosmetics available for the Blood Knight, just as they are for all the other classes in
Yes.
Immortal. And then I guess for D4, will cosmetics be transferring to seasons, and will they need to be reobtained? I know this was like a question that we get a lot from people in regards to.
Yeah, I don't really care
transmogs
about that
and
either, but
if you salvage
would be nice
specific
to
stuff,
have,
how
like,
does that work between
cosmetics
characters
and
from Eternal
new
and seasonal
season.
realms?
Yeah, I believe that's all transferring over with you when you go into the new season. And obviously, every cosmetic set that you're purchasing via the store and via the Battle Pass, that stuff also is going to be carrying over with you.
Yes, if you ever unlock
Okay.
anything, your whole account has access to it.
Some people
forever,
care
with
about
new
this.
functionality.
Me
That's
personally,
it. I
not
shouldn't
really
say
that
because it
much,
sounds like
but
we're gonna change it.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is
it could be
up-
cooler to have
yeah,
like
yeah.
cool looking character from the beginning.
Let's see. Nightmare. This is from Kincho Kimo. This is Nightmare Teleport was great, but why can't we just teleport right into dungeons rather than just to the entrance? So this one I think is interesting because Nightmare, we obviously incorporated the teleport here in 103. It was another thing that we had talked about where it was community feedback that we had gotten, and the team jumped on it really quickly to implement it in a specific way. We have been seeing a lot of feedback in regards to players having to teleport outside of dungeons and kind of go through like a couple load screens. It was a quick, I know, implementation from the team and everything. So I know it's something that we've been hearing from our side, and it's something that we're going to be looking at more here in the future for optimizing and making sure that we can implement and maybe in a better way.
Oh, yeah, they do need to
from some of the
optimize
features
a
that we've
lot.
just
The
kinda putting in
game,
really quickly.
after a few hours of
On
playthrough, just gets
Immortal,
laggy
we
a little bit.
have.
They
Was
need
there
to
some
change
sort of
those things.
Castlevania inspiration with the Blood Knight?
Of
Looking
course there is
very,
Castlevania.
similar
You
to
still
some
know
popular
what I
characters from that
did.
franchise. Very pretty
Of course there is.
vampire-ish.
The
people,
dude
but
looks,
not
the main dude
vampires.
looks like the main dude from
Poster of that,
Castlevania.
by the way.
Just the same shit.
We can turn off Rod's mic now, so that's all we need to do. But yeah, was there any inspiration kind of?
We didn't steal
I
nothing.
think, you know,
But
when
we
you're
did.
working with a tropic idea in fantasy like vampires, you know, you take inspiration from all over. The spear thing puts us in mind of Vlad the Impaler. The aesthetic, you've already talked about some potential references, but I think for us is as much like what we take out as what we leave in.
Too much
We don't
reference
want
to
the
be
Blood
quite
Knight
fair.
to feel like a grab bag of all vampiric myths. They are very specifically grotesque, blood, shadow, knightly weapons oriented. And so there were things like turning into mist, like turning into wolves, etc., that we immediately said, hey, these need to be off the table. And so in that regard,
Yeah,
I think
that is,
there's a lot
that's
of
understandable.
familiar
I
that
mean,
we're channeling,
just
but
don't
there's
steal
also,
too
like, a
much.
very dialed
Or
in
the
identity
main
for the
design
class.
of the main dude. But
Everybody knows that.
in
just
general, it makes
necromancers that
sense.
turn into mist.
Let's see. In regards to Diablo 4, we have. Will you guys be nerfing or buffing in the middle of seasons, or will you be making changes after the season starts?
Yeah, it's a really
just
good
buff the
question.
druids
So-
already.
Oh, this is from Godic, by the way. So there you go.
Okay,
I just
so
wanted
this
to.
is a real person.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a good question. So we made a number of adjustments during the preseason period to make sure that we're bringing some builds back into where we expect them to be functionally and performance-wise. When we go into the seasonal release, we do want to create structured moments in time that we're going to be talking about, I think, more in future streams, when we expect like buffs and nerfs to happen. So we have like a regular set of like patches that are going to be occurring after the season is released, where we have like a better schedule like in cadence when we're talking about these things. We really want to try to reserve like big nerfs and big buffs for only like extreme outlier cases, and really things that are, like really damaging the end game experience for a number of players. So
Oh,
we wanna
you
try to
didn't
keep
really
that
do that
balance
for the
straight. And we also
Necromancers
want to have
currently,
just
did
pure
you now?
general, like off
They're
cycle,
too powerful.
balance updates and things.
The damage is
So we're
insane.
kind of keeping things more into this weekly cadence like we talked about.
So yeah, things will be pretty stable throughout the course of the season, unless, yeah, if one of the malignant powers, I know I've joked about them being broken, but if the zone lights on fire when you use a malignant power,
Yeah.
we're going to patch that. But otherwise, we're going to try and keep things stable.
I know we're running close on time because we were planning on this stream to be 90 minutes and we're 1 minute away. So I'm gonna lightning off a few questions. a big question within chat is obviously about stash space, which is something that we
It's a
kind of
pretty
just
long
talked
stream
about,
they did. That's
a little
actually
bit earlier.
I'll say
pretty
real quickly, though, like,
insightful
we
of
definitely
what
hear
they're
everybody
planning
about
to
this.
do.
We are talking a lot about what we need to do.
Currently,
We've got good
I would say
plans
it's a
of things
positive
we can do to
change.
improve the situation. I know it's
There were
frustrating
like
to
a
hear me
few
say,
things I
like,
didn't like, but
what you were able to do this, like you could be able to do like
like,
nightmare dungeons.
very
quickly,
few
like,
things.
The reality is like we are moving really, really quickly on this, and we're gonna be trying to provide more space in the future. We're figuring out how like we're gonna get that accomplished.
Yeah, and also one thing to note is I know we talked about during campfire chats about how like gems and so forth were going to be part of the part of materials in the future. So I know when that hits, like that will obviously free up a lot of stash
Yeah, there's
space
lots
for
of different ways
users
to kind of
and
like
stuff
slice away at this problem, and that's like an example of what we're trying to do to start trying to mitigate this a bit.
And then Jim, the Q guy, asked how much time between seasons. He still wants to level up his main. So in between seasons, obviously, we had talked about seasons lasting 3 months.
It's a minimum of 12 weeks. Sometimes
Yes.
it might be a little longer, but you'll always
Correct.
have at least 12 weeks to complete your season.
Correct. Yeah. So you guys will
Thereabouts
hear.
is the calendar dates, right? But
Yeah. So you guys will hear like no matter what within or like once we hit that 3-month period, you'll start to hear news about the next season actually hitting and everything like that. And then this one, I guess for Rod, are there any plans on new classes coming to Diablo 4? We've just heard about the Blood Knight, so they're
We have nothing to announce at this time.
Oh, wow, that was very strange.
Yeah, Rod sitting off camera can answer that perfectly. So, yeah, that I think we're gonna wrap it here for today.
Yeah, the new classes are
Obviously, we
most
talked a lot
likely
about,
going to be
all
only
the
in
stuff
new
with,
expansion or
Diablo Immortal
something.
for the Blood
I
Knight
doubt
coming
they're
on July
gonna put it
13th.
in the new
We
season.
also have for Diablo 4 Season 1, Season of the Malignant, which is gonna be
Yeah, Diablo
patch will
Immortal,
be
I
released
don't
on
really
July
care about it.
18th,
I'm not gonna
and
play
then
most
the
likely.
actual season
Unless for the
starts
memes.
on July 20th. We
The
do
Diablo 4
actually
season?
have
Yeah,
two
definitely, I will
blogs,
play that.
One on DiabloImmortal.com
Looking forward,
and one on
actually,
Diablo4.com.
just to
They'll
see
be,
if it changes.
going live either right now,
Especially
or
if they're gonna be
immediately after
putting
this
new
live
builds
stream,
and
they'll have all
aspects.
the details
And they are
information
planning
that we
to do
just
that.
talked about here on the stream. Yeah, lots of stuff coming up here for Diablo.
Patch this afternoon.
Oh yes, and there's a patch this afternoon. You'll be seeing. Oh, I forgot. That's why I have to do it immediately after the stream. I was trying to get out of it, guys. We will have a patch. We'll have patch notes up on Diablo4.com. We have a patch article that will actually note, and we'll be updating people when that patch does hit. It is a client patch. It will require a download. It will be on all platforms. And yeah, lots of Diablo stuff coming up here in the next few weeks. Really excited. Happy Diablo family. Tons of stuff
Diablo
coming up.
4
I know
good,
we will
Diablo
be
Immortal
rating two,
just for the memes,
Diablo
I mean,
content creators
honestly.
immediately after the stream. One on Twitch, which is Barricade, and the other one on YouTube, which is Killswitch. So make sure to tune into those guys. And thank you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in to the Diablo Developer Update live stream. And from everyone here on the Diablo team, we hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I would say the changes are very positive, so to say, so far. Everything is looking fine. They need to change a lot more stuff, but I guess that's gonna be just along the journey of Diablo 4's existence, basically. Endgame needs changing, but might be a good change in the new season. We'll get like new sockets. Maybe that will improve the dungeons as well at the same time. Hopefully that does. The legendaries and new aspects are gonna be a little interesting to see. Well, not a little, but it's gonna be like the biggest thing I'm actually looking forward to. Because currently there's like a few builds and it's just basically build a werewolf or a werebear. The werebear does a lot of earth damage and the werewolf does either tornadoes or lightnings. So this basically the same stuff. Not major changes for the druid class. So I hope to see some more changes, like having like different kinds of sets of, I don't know, affixes or specific things that will improve and change the whole playthrough. Like bleeding werewolf would be nice if you just would provide, instead from poison, you just would be instantly dealing bleed damage to the enemies, and the damage would be a lot faster than what it was with the poison. That would be a nice change though. But we'll have to see what I actually will plan. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off the Diablo stream of theirs, because we already finished it. And I'll turn off that on the YouTube. But yeah, the changes are pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of new things. Most of the new things are looking good. The enemy variety was definitely not something that they have improved upon, or they are going to improve upon currently, in this season at least. There's like going to be like new enemies, but there's just gonna be like a little bit more of the animation of the enemy that changes, not much else. But in general, I'm very looking forward to the new aspects and legendary items, just to have a possibility to make different kind of builds. Because currently there's not that many builds that you do. You just basically change one ability, and that's basically it. What the major change of the build. Maybe I should get a little bit more of the volume. Let's do like 60 on each. But yeah, in general, good changes.
Greetings.
Especially the change that you won't need to do like renown if you've completed it fully already. Good change that most of the things remain to your character, both transmogs and both the renown. What else is good? New legendaries is good. New side story is good. Hopefully it will be interesting to see what they'll cook up with it. Then the sockets look pretty interesting. It's something like similar to Path of Exile. So definitely that's gonna be something new. For Diablo at least, not for the ARPG players. Because it's definitely looking pretty similar to the socket system of the Path of Exile. Different colors, different gems basically. Probably they're not gonna intertwine and just be upgradable like in Path of Exile. Like you have like multiple sockets and they can connect with each other to expand and improve upon one of the gems or skills. Well, basically gems are skills in Path of Exile. There's something similar here too, so that's gonna be interesting to see how they are gonna implement the stolen idea of Path of Exile. Yeah, in general, pretty good changes.
Please, save her.
But we'll have to see once they are actually up. If those are like very interesting changes, or those are gonna be like the simple things that are gonna be repetitive. Most likely not. But we'll see.
Fill the darkness within all of us.
What else did they talk about that was actually a big change? Oh damn, these can go away. There was some other change that was looking and sounding pretty good.
Let the light push out the darkness, hiding within this woman. Father, force this demon out.
I knew it. I knew you were involved in something abhorrent.
No! Stop him!
Stop this instant! The Reverend Mother will learn of this heresy. I will see
Bonk him.
you all burn.
Father,
Bonk him.
Hurry, finish it.
Roll in his face.
Light, purge the wickedness.
Sister, no!
Oh, hell nah, bro.
Sister, please, say something.
Please wake up.
What was else there that they talked about that I thought was a good idea?
Oh, light be praised.
Ah, the change of like getting the new scroll, which will reset all of the skills for free. That's a good one. Definitely looking forward for that one.
Give me just a moment and I will meet you outside.
Cause yeah, that is gonna be awesome. Cause currently, for my druid, if you want to respec the skill tree, it costs like 4 mil or something similar to it. And I'm not even talking about the Paragon levels. The Paragon levels are just insanely stupid to... You need to go through each point individually and reset, and not only it is costly, it is time consuming too.
Yes.
There is no button to just refund all of the
I'll try to put in a good word,
slots.
rather.
I mean, all the nodes, which would be amazing if they would do that. So the scroll might be something that is going to be a lot more helpful, at least for your bank account. Yeah, because I had like a 70 million, I think, and I did a few builds. Now I'm down to 18 million. It is definitely taking quite a toll on the items. Okay, can I actually... But damn, this one has like 3... Yeah, it only has 3. Only 3 affixes. So I'll just destroy those. But yeah, good changes. I don't think there was like a single change that I didn't like. Most of the changes I didn't like were for Diablo Immortal. I mean, they introduced a very cool class. That's all good and dandy, but the game is just such a money grab. There's nothing to it, basically. But I'll have to actually play it, I think. I'm gonna play it for the memes. I'm not gonna spend a single dime on it, but... in general, the class did look fun, but... Yeah, since it's a mobile game and it's a cash grab, basically. That's what I'm having criticism about. But yeah, the changes for Diablo 4 are just pretty good. I don't think there was like anything that I didn't like about it. Well, the battle pass maybe, just... You need to buy the battle pass in order to get some cool cosmetics. And we all know how battle passes actually work, so usually you just need to buy like... Buy the battle pass in order to get like the major interesting ones. If you want to get the cosmetics in general. At the same time, as I said before, they just lose the value, the cosmetics. It's the same thing in Fortnite. I have like plenty of skins already from the battle passes, but I'm using like basically 1 or 2 of them. The more I get, the less I start using of them. Because there's too many. And when you have too many things, it's the same in World of Warcraft and the mounts too. I mean, I was like collecting the mounts, like I still do once I log into the game. But there's no need for that. Because I'm just using like a couple of mounts which I like the most, and that is basically it. Now I have like 4 dragons and Dragonflight. I use like the Proto Drake and the Blue Drake, basically. The Azure Drake, I think it's called. Those are the 2 I'm using. The other ones are just not that cool. Well, sometimes I use the third one as the Time Drake. I mean, the yellow one. That one does look pretty decent too. But in general, yeah, it's just not necessary. Okay, I'm gonna make a short break. I want to pour in some drink, and I'll be back in the right. we're back. And we can focus more on this game. But at the same time, about the changes now I started thinking about if there's gonna be like new sockets, and that's basically the only like thing that they had gameplay wise. There's gonna be like dungeons where you can get those, but if the dungeons are gonna be like very repetitive and won't give you like any upgrades in the end, then there's like very little point of doing those then. If you will get like the best sockets early on, for example, what's the point of doing the dungeons then in the end? But I guess we'll have to see in the season how most of the things are gonna work out. Because it's too early, they just basically showed the idea, what they're planning, and that is basically it. What's the legendary? A maximum number of skeletal warriors is increased by 2. Healing received, life regeneration while not damaged recently. It's not a bad helmet though. Okay, let's try using that. More survivability to the helmet, and also I can have like the additional skeletons. Skeletons best thing about the build, because at some point you're just gonna not use the skeletons in general. There's no need basically to make a skelly build or companion build, because the skeletons just die so quickly. I don't really see if they're even doing the damage, because I'm doing more damage than my skeletons. So most likely they're not doing that much, which is disappointing too. Would love to see like a skeleton build, that would be pretty cool. Where you have like unstoppable and heavy hitting skellies running wild and killing the enemies.
I'm not ready
The damage is definitely insane with this build.
I need more essence.
I like it a lot.
I'm low on essence.
Sometimes I can even one-shot the elites.
I'm out of essence.
Out of essence, it says, no?
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, probably we'll play a druid in a new season. But there's like very few builds for leveling up the druid. Druid just feels very squishy if you don't have like the necessary aspects. It's gonna be a little bit tough to get the aspects that you need.
I'm out of essence. I'm low on essence.
Okay.
I'm low on essence.
What the hell?
I'm not ready yet.
Damn, the skeletons die too quickly though. It's so annoying.
Proving themselves strong. I've grown fond of them. Bloodknight solely on cost. Her devotion to the faith could cast even the darkest shadow of doubt in anyone's mind. It's easy to talk to her.
Okay, maybe the skill is actually doing
The
that.
calling of the light. She had to leave her family too. A son.
Yeah, the Necro is definitely stronger than the Druid, at least. As far as I'm playing it. And I can clearly feel it. Because I was leveling a Druid on softcore too right now. They're on the similar level, but the Druid is just way weaker. There's a fun build I'm trying with the Druid, but at the same time it's very dependable and it's not like hitting in a wide range. I mean, the damage is nice. There's a lot of like effects, lightnings, and other effects going on. But with the Necro, it's just so much easier to do everything. Someone really loved Necromancer from the developers. You can clearly see that. It's too strong. And someone really hated the Druids. Because they're not as strong. Yeah, there's so many spells that the Necro has, like, which is insane. So many spells that are so useful and have, like, such good crowd control. Druid's crowd control is nowhere near to the level of this. Skeletons are dying. Give me the key, the boots, the trousers, and another pair of boots. God damn, have a lot of boots, man. What the hell? I need to free up some space, basically, just so I'd be able to record more stuff. Currently, I'm a little bit low on storage on PC. Need some inventory space, huh? I mean, if there's gonna be like new events, new dungeons, new power-ups, new aspects, Season 1 will definitely have like a lot new things in it, but it depends on how many of the new things are gonna be introduced in the season. Because if it's only a couple of items, especially if the biggest change I'm looking forward is the legendary aspects and the legendaries. If it's only going to be like 2 new legendary aspects, that's not gonna be enough. Unless it drastically changes and gives you a possibility to make a new build, but at the same time I would rather just make a build from the skill tree without being dependable on that many aspects. Well, they did say that there's gonna be like new legendaries and new unique legendaries. So maybe there's gonna be like a lot. Gather up, boys! Oh damn, that's a lot.
I'm not ready yet.
Give it up. Yeah, this build is good.
I'm out of essence.
The poison is scary. All the skellies died. God damn, son, that ain't looking good.
My bags are full.
Well, I don't need those boots though. You can take the camo. Gain a new point. Yeah, boom spirit. Nice upgrade on the bone spirit. Let's go back to the town to sell stuff because I need money. Some cash. Some gold doubloons, man. I need some gold doubloons. And you'll start buying potions also. An insane feat.
You can take what's left.
It'll be so much easier to have like a lot of potions. Not only a lot of potions, but also lots of skill points. Get 5 skill points, basically, for the full renown. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty early boost on the skills. And on enemies, you will definitely feel the damage. So you will get like the additional nodes and also get the core skill on your first level. So that's gonna be a major boost for the damage. Oh yeah, really? Medal.
Lack the required essence.
Boost.
I'm not ready yet.
Never up. And blast time. Oh, 2. We're sitting in the room, huh? Oh, how did that happen? Wish I could have played like during the stream, but they were talking quite a lot and I didn't want to like miss my focus. So it was a lot easier just to listen and watch the stream. Oh great, I just spent the spirit into nothingness.
I need more time.
Saber. Yeah, I'll need to make the guide. If I'll get closer to level 15, the guide, and I mean the build is still going to be work. As well as it is working currently, I will definitely make a guide. Because it's a very strong build for beginning. Maybe could even work for level 70 too. Maybe even to up to level 80. I will have to see about the unique items and all of that. But it's definitely a strong build for the hardcore, and I imagine that it still works very well within softcore. Because usually like people do glass cannons in softcore. But it seems like the better builds are the ones that have sustainability and survivability a lot more than the ones that just constantly are build up to just dish out a lot of damage. But then you're gonna like suffer the resource starving. You won't have enough resources. So I don't highly recommend like building those builds where you don't really have any survivability, any additional survivability in fact, and no resource buildup. So what's the point if you're just gonna like spam damage abilities and like most core abilities? You're not gonna do more damage, then there's no point in doing that. Okay, we'll get the new wand look. Everything else will sell. Let's sell for a decent amount of money. And it did. Yeah, I need more inventory space though.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Whoa! Where did you come from? Even the damage on the basic ability is nice. And what I like especially is the damage on the core ability, especially once it gets up to 6 stacks.
Frozen wasteland. She refused. So the answer to run would be to get all that the world for her son. Perhaps she's right.
And it works wonders when there are like a lot of enemies. Each enemy you blood lands basically. You need to land the main target first. And then you just lands on the other targets. And that dishes out a lot of damage. No, my skeletons are dying. That's the weakest part of the build, the skeleton. Yeah, the single target bosses are a little bit tougher to deal with. Especially if you don't start spawning like a lot of corpses. That's the only slight weakness of this build, is there's no corpses. You can't really do the corpse tendrils. Which is an insane skill. Not only it pulls in the enemies, also puts the vulnerability on them. And then all you have to do is just use Bone Spirit. And it just smashes through everything, basically. It usually even one-shots the elites. Most of the time it does. Especially in those lucky critical strike hits. Okay, luckily enough there's a blacksmith. I see. What do you see? Gale Renda? Looks pretty cool though. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of like swords, and most of the swords are pretty good, but at the same time this one has like 4 aspects. And the sword only has 3. But the scythe just prevails by having more aspects on them. The damage is better on the sword. I don't know.
Not while I'm in town.
Should I use the sword or not? Should I or shouldn't I? Well, I guess I can try putting on the aspect if it's not gonna be like better. With the damage, I'll change it. But if it well, maybe then it's... Then I need to change it.
I need time to do that.
Okay, let's try putting on the aspect. And the aspect that I want is the same one that I have on this one. Yeah. Oh, really? I accidentally put it on that weapon, I think. I wanted to put it on the sword, not on the side. Okay, let's see how the sword will do. Because I just removed the better aspect on this by just imprinting it. It was on a higher percentage. I shouldn't have done that. Too late now. Dread more there. Enter the hollow ossuary. Did I do that? Or should I do that?
I cannot do that.
A lot of exploration. Oh, they said there's gonna be a patch.
I cannot do that here.
We'll have to use it and upgrade the game a little bit later. Is the game lagging again? Because it tends to have the lagginess. Especially if it's on for quite some time. If it will lag, I will restart it. Apparently, I don't know if that's the case or not. Oh yeah, that's the case. The GPU usage just goes overboard. It goes to 93% or 98 even. It's okay, I'm gonna... back, boys. Hopefully, this time around, it's not gonna lag anymore. Well, it will in a few hours. But at least not now. Well, at least not now. As far as it goes, I hope it just goes fairly well. We're back, everything's fine. Nothing to worry about. And hopefully it stays that way. Check, okay. Oh, need to turn on the OBS properly. There we go. Well, I'll skip those. I hate those. Oh no.
I'm low on essence.
Oh, really? Am I doing? I think I am doing a little bit more damage. I think I am.
I need time to do that.
I'll just ride through the areas to unlock the map. Oh no. Majority of the dungeons I've already like cleared up. There's definitely a couple of dungeons that are left for different classes, but for the druid I think I did like majority of them. There's probably a few left that I haven't finished with for the druid as well, but definitely a few for the necro. Definitely a lot for barbarian sorcerers. Haven't touched those most of the time. I hate the bloaters though. The bloated enemy.
I lack the required essence.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, this dungeon is with tight corners, so you need to be aware and careful. Those are like the most dangerous dungeons. The tight corridor ones.
I'm out of essence.
Like that.
I need more essence.
Oh, I didn't hit the bloody vampire. Oh, really? How did the balloon spirit miss it?
I'm out of essence.
Oh, a legendary shield. The skeletons are dying way too quickly. Ahead, while not healthy, a magical bubble is summoned around you. Oh, that one sucks. It's the bubble thing. It's the one you get from the quest, I think, if you like play the main story.
I need more essence.
Go up a little bit. Do a little dance. Feeling so good. Yeah, dance tonight. Damn, the poison is such a nasty affix in the game. A bloody parchment was a message. But it's an item.
When I died in that forsaken place, it was without the grace.
Damage. Critical strike, damage.
Their path to salvation led me only into darkness.
No, the beat.
It gives me purpose. I will drink the life of this world.
I didn't even notice when I finished that.
I lack the required essence.
So give us some then. Oh. Whoop.
I'm low on essence.
Started dropping a lot of swords now, huh? Ranks of Decrepify. Which one is which ability is Decrepify? Whoa, whoa, what the? Calm down there, huh? Jeez Louise, dude.
I'm low on essence.
What the fool came out of nowhere? Bloodstained scrap of paper. Oh, I knew there was gonna be enemies.
I have hunted these wretched creatures for as long as I've been able to wield a knife against them. They feed on blood and grow strong in numbers. I have chased them into this nest and been caught in a trap. Their leader can raise the dead, and I fear for all who wander unknowingly into these crypts. If you have the skill, hunt them down. Do not let my death be for naught.
Okay, which spell is Decrepify again? Blood Surge. I haven't looked up onto that one. You can build Fortify with it. If enemy is damaged by Blood Surge is no while you're healthy, then gain 1 stack of overwhelming blood. Oh, I think one legendary doesn't give me then the benefit. Oh no, not this one. Yeah, Blood Surge is no echoes again after a short delay. Yeah, I don't get that benefit. I probably just need to change it then. Yep. Well, wait a minute. Decrepify, then which spell is Decrepify? Two ranks of Decrepify. Which is it? Oh, the Blood Mist. What the hell? Oh, curse the target area. Enemies afflicted by the Decrepify are slowed by 40 and deal 20 less damage for 10 seconds. I mean, this is a good one though. You want to like make yourself tankier against enemies. It's definitely a good one. There like might be a possible build with will make it worthwhile. Okay. Turn the bloodstone to the pedestal.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I can spam with that. Hell yeah, bro. Well, not really. Well, kinda. You can spam it most likely as long as it critically strikes. I mean. It seems to be the case. As long as those critical strikes, you can do it. Nice. Oh yeah, critical strikes do reset the cooldown. Forgot about that.
I'm low on essence.
Deadline the
I need more time.
damage is insane though.
I need more time.
Oh really? That was so close to the door.
I need more time.
Okay. Go them skeletons. There's so many stuff that I don't even need to pick up because I don't have enough space. With this build, you don't even need to like use the potions most of the time. Oh, okay, Blood Bishop might be a little bit dangerous. Oh, he's just going for my skillies.
I'm low on essence. I need more time.
No, don't wanna get grabbed. It's too dangerous. Okay, at the end I had like more corpses to work with. But yeah, if you don't have enough corpses, it's a little bit tougher to deal with. The bossies. The corpses do help out by quite a lot. I'll have to invest in that. In the 8% or 12% of the possibility to spawn a corpse. And hopefully that does spawn those like frequently enough. I guess I completed the dungeon quest. There doesn't seem to be a spot to turn it in. At the same time I need to go to Kiowa Shard. Spend all the points there. Or to sell stuff, more likely. Well, I get a luck. That thing. I think I'll keep the sword though. Or that sword, more likely.
Well struck.
What should I do with this legendary? Yeah, probably I'll dismantle it. Alleged damage reduction while fortifying and bone skill damage. But I get more armor. And get blood skill damage. Guess I'll need a new armor.
Raise the father.
As far as the weapon goes, I probably should just dismantle those. Get new cosmetic looks on those. We should dismantle the heal. I'll keep that one for a little while. Corpse tendrils. Max evade charge. I think the boots are pretty good too. Just because it gives me one additional corpse tendrils rank. Corpse tendrils don't increase in damage by quite a lot, I mean. Only 2%, that's not a lot, but the reduced cooldown reduction is definitely nice. So it does reduce by quite a bit. Okay, what did I have on the boots? Okay, an injured. For the boots. Becoming injured. Unstoppable. Okay. Use that. And dismantle these boots. I like the speed on the boots though. Basic skill grants defense. That's 20 damage reduction. Should I do this? Maybe this one is better. I needed additional socket. Okay, and for this one I need the one with the critical strike chance. Corpse tendrils. Yep. The weapon does look nice too. Need to add additional sockets. Into the armor too. Now I need to unsocket this one, and this one. Sapphire. On a regular. Oh yeah, I need to change the blood surges. No way, because I'm not benefiting from that one. I don't have that skill anyway. Anyways. Oh, I can engage something better. No, not the defensive. I need an attack one. Spear skills. Skills deal increased damage based on your available primary resource. One cost. Blood lance. I have that one. One for damage. Skeletons gain increased damage while active. Attack speed. Great. I think I have the bone spirit on something. No, I don't. That's the one I can use then. Bone spirit deals increased damage based on the distance travel up to 15%. Don't I have that one? Really thought that I did.
That's a good omen.
No, I didn't, actually. I probably did have it on the one-handed weapons that I was using previously. And since I discarded them and put it on again. Because I don't have... It doesn't provide the effect, I mean. I guess we can do some upgrades then. Especially on the weapon. 1, 2, 3. And on the boot.
If anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Very well. I need to break something else. And against injured enemies while you are healthy. Ranks of Blight, critical strike chance, ranks of Bone Spear. They're not bad gloves. These are pretty good. Corpse Tendrils. So I can delay the boots because I already had like better ones.
Come back if you need work. Fair trade.
I have too many suck at it. Gems. Too many. Okay, we finished up the dungeon. Can go do another dungeon. Could I go do Stronghold? Do this Stronghold and then do the dungeon. There's also a quest. Double win. You know what? Probably let's go down do that one.
Not while I'm in town.
Not while I'm in town, he says. Yeah, the gems do take quite a lot of space. They need to make like a separate stash for the gems of them. They already did like for the consumables, quest items and aspects. Why not do the same for the gems? It would save so much inventory space. Why can't you go with your horse to the other side? I mean, that's so stupid.
I need more time.
Oh, really? And now I need to wait 7 seconds for you to, like, charge it up again. Oh, no. It's so bad. There we go. Another mage. Someone need. Okay, open up the cage. Can do the event, I probably will get a level 2. course. There's the level.
Couldn't have made it without you.
Okay, where's the last Wick team? Oh yeah, I did get a level 2. Why should I? Furline, Mitch, Blight, Anchor Silver. Silver?
You there, please help.
One shot. One shot at the enemy. Yeah, I believe this build is just gonna work even after 10 levels or 20 levels. This seems to be a powerful build in general. Full of leather statues.
We're closed. Away with you.
Okay. We are closed. Are you truly now? Don't think that's the case, Missy. These carvings are a monument to Nostrava's skilled woodworkers. Their features are so lifelike, it seems like they could almost move. Realistic wood carving. And all of those wood carvings are of Lilith.
Blessed are you who
Priestess.
die in the mother's name.
Uh-huh.
Give this stranger the wholeness of welcome.
Whoa, 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 what the hell? Calm down, lad. The hell, why was I receiving so much damage there? That was a lot of damage though. Okay, I can't go there because it's burning me alive. Yeah, the damage was a bit too much. Or maybe there were like a lot of enemies and then I was just in the middle of one. Then it would make sense, I guess. Oh no, the bone spirit got bugged out. He was just going around the enemy. What the hell, dude? Okay, Gorham safe. That strong will was one of the better ones, I think. Okay, full skeletons again. For the money, I'll take those leggings. Saving you, maybe. That's what I want to.
I'm out of essence. Go. Run.
Get him.
Another lamb for the sacrifice.
Yeah, tight corners. It's the most dangerous that you can encounter. The only basically danger are the tight corners for any build in the game.
Bells again. But who is left to ring them?
Nice. Blåst ya, demon scum. Oh yeah, the church bell rings. So if I remember, there's like going to be a bot, yeah.
I need more time.
Oh, she's moving a lot. Yeah, a lot of moving enemies are the most annoying to deal with. Is you need to like catch them. Oh yeah, there's a statue of Lilith too. Completely forgot about that. Stronghold conquered. the side. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I don't need to actually collect the statues for the Necromancer. Yep. Got about it. Oh, there is a town. Salesman. Good. I don't need to dismantle anything. Just sell it.
Fair trade.
Good money. Still have only 18 mil. Well, the items are more worth it in tier 3. I mean, you will be selling those for quite a lot more. Unless they nerfed it, but I don't think... Maybe they did actually. Yeah, most of the other items... Yeah, oh maybe they didn't... Yeah, because these are like for 15k and 12k. 24k. Yeah, so the majority will be selling for more. Well, some of are selling for less, but... Yeah, the higher the level, the more it sells for. Yeah, let's go do the dungeon. Cultist Refuge. This is a good dungeon. Fairly simple, fairly quick. The first part you need to kill all the enemies, and the second part is basically... There's a middle part where you need to like also kill a lot of enemies. But the last part is not as bad. You basically go in a circle and kill off like 3 priests or 2 priests even. I only see one problem with the build is if you don't have enough corpses, basically. And if you don't, like, provide enough vulnerable targets. Then it's a little bit weak. Oh, well, a little bit weaker, but... As long as you have the corpses, it just goes like for butter. You just kill everything.
I'm not ready.
Oh, I got the necklace. For the side quest. Yeah, because the vulnerable targets just die so quickly. Ooh, a dagger. A legendary one, too.
I need more time.
Oh, that was quick. Real quick. Damn, I'm getting angry for some reason. What the hell? Why am I hungry? Oh, you can cheese. Oh, there's nothing to cheese actually. It got a little bit too close to the werewolf. Oh, you do get XP for doing that. Okay. Okay, wait a second. Okay.
I need more time.
Got the wolf. Oh, I haven't even checked what legendary I got. When blood lance hits an enemy that is already lanced, it has 20% chance to fire blood lance at a nearby enemy. Well, that does change a lot of things for the gameplay. I think I need yeah, I need a book or an offhand weapon and try it out. And put the tendrils on the offhand instead of the two-hander. That does sound promising, actually. Could make the Bloodlands build a lot stronger now. Almost leveled up. Still need to find another priest. And the bone spirit is fully upgraded. I will try doing this one. That one is not gonna work as well. I'm gonna like put the points here then. So I want to see how well does it spawn the corpses, especially on the bosses. Damn, I need like an offhand weapon. Like a lot.
I'm not ready yet.
And of course, I'm not gonna get one anytime soon.
I'm not ready.
Now that I need one. It does seem like it heals them if you're using that. I'll keep the sword for demonstration, I think.
My bags are full.
God dang it, man. I need an offhand weapon. So I could put on the aspect and I will try the Bloodlands. I'll keep the shield. Maybe I will use the shield just for now. Up until I get something else.
My burden is too great.
I could try out the build though. Okay. Need to use 2 sockets. Actually, with 2 weapons, maybe it is better. Because you have like more sockets that you can use rather than on the 2-handed. Socket.
I cannot use
Socket. Oh, you can have only 1 socket. That item has a max. Okay. So 2 sockets regardless. For both items. Oh, pretty good. Oh, you can put only a defensive? That sucks then. I don't need the defensive. I need the goddamn critical chance increase. I guess I'll put this on for now. Shield looks nice though. Maybe I have on a 1-hand but offhand, I mean, in the stash. Mostly is for the druid the most likely. Yeah. God dang it. Any chance the shopkeeper has?
Arms for the light.
Oh, it has a focus.
You be careful with that.
Expensive, but I'll buy it because I just need to test it out.
More time.
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
No witchcraft here. Only honest magic.
Nice, you can have that. Okay, good. Plus short chance. Corpse tendrils. Very good. There we go. Much better. And dismantle that item. With this combination, I do believe the build should work even better. Does take away a little bit of the damage, but I mean, I don't have like the very good offhand, but
Be wary on the road.
at the same time,
Will it be?
I might get one at any point. Good. Very good, though. Oh yeah, let's go turn in the quest. Level 37. Not bad, not bad.
Hey, is that me in the stockades?
There we go.
I just pushed them right back in their sockets. Just like... that pain! The shock is burned! Oh God!
This is an insane conclusion to the quest. But there might be a continuation to that quest, though. A Legion event. Guess I'll go dig that dungeon. That dungeon and that quest. There's like a lot of barbarian quests in general. And the barbarian quests are not bad. Pretty fun. Oh, I also got another quest.
Our purpose
I'll face
remains
the tribe. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Need to kill Malnak. Now let's continue further. Gonna test out how the build works now. Let's go inside to see the dangers of this cave. Things are not bad. Seems like it is doing pretty fine.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own.
Oh, I think it's pretty good. Provides a little bit of AoE. Yeah. The build is getting stronger and stronger. Wait, did she die? How? I bugged out most likely. What the fuck? Play as many enemies. There's no enemies. Something bugged out. Oh, that was disappointing. No more enemies spawned. There was nothing to kill. What the hell? Destroy the skeletal constructs. But yeah, the build works pretty damn fine, Neo. Spreading like wildfire. The blood lenses. Yeah, I like this build a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Too bad that legendary is probably rare to get, but in general the build works without it as well. Works better with it, but it works well without it as nonetheless.
I need more time.
Does work pretty damn fine without it. I guess you can just keep the skeletons as well. Depends on how good they perform at endgame. Oh, there was nothing to grab actually.
I'm not ready yet.
Yep. Nice. That was a deity. I bet this is gonna be down there.
I need more time.
Oh, really? That was a dead end. Well, at least I got a scroll of escape. Thank you. Yeah, the consumables are separate for the characters. I have a lot of like scrolls of escape for on my main druid.
I need more time. I need more time.
I don't remember if there's a boss here or not. Oh yeah, there's a boss. This boss is pretty frequent too. I mean, it's not the first time I'm already fighting it. The damage wasn't too impressive, but it was definitely decent enough. Still killed the enemy.
Splintered and broken out. I've trained under the best. How can I help?
Having to break down though. Likely not.
Very nice.
Live well, my friend.
Find Cooler the Collector. Didn't I find him already? Guess not if the quest is available. Started again. This dude is always here though. What the fuck? That was a lot of damage. Oh, all my skeletons died. Yeah, don't engage this dude if you're low level. Because he's always higher than you. Well, higher than you, I mean, if you don't reach like level 20 or something in this area particularly. After that, it's not as bad, but if you go here at level 12, then definitely don't engage him. What the fuck? Damn, he was hitting pretty hard.
I need more time.
Damn, this area was pretty dangerous. Lots of heavy hitters, huh? Lots of heavy hitters. Essence cost reduction, healing received. I mean, it's not bad, but not great. Well, the Kohler's dead and we can mount his head on the spot. Yeehaw, brother, we got a level up. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, I think I need this one a little bit more. But at the same time, I do need corpses. Let's go with corpses for now. Okay, dude. Of Stronghold. Warrior's Chain. Oh yeah, there was a quest with the Warrior's Chain too, I forgot about it. Completely.
The wind's grown too hot, even for these parts.
I don't remember. God dang it, this side didn't have like... Oh wait, it did. Never mind. It did.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, this build is insane. If you keep it the distance, and you don't let the enemies come near you, the survivability is just insane. And the damage too.
I need more time.
Seems like the Bone Spirit doesn't do a lot of damage if you just use it random. We fought the corpse tendrils and provided vulnerability. But above the corpse tendrils, it deals like a lot of damage then. I thought this stronghold is one of the tougher ones to beat, actually. The boss is not as easy, and you have to fight him in a circle. The whole area is pretty tough. Mainly because there are like two enemies that you need to fight. The skeletons, if you touch these frozen guards, and the Khazra at the same time. And for the love of God, don't touch the soul shots. Those are so annoying. Unless there's like a lot of enemies around them, then you can do that. But only then, and only then. Ah, god damn it, full escape.
Khazra's storm is ending.
Yeah, without the tendril, the Bone Spirit isn't doing like a lot of damage. But with it, and the vulnerability it does. Oh, come on. The skeleton touched it. Okay, this boss fight is a little bit nasty. Not a little bit, it actually is very nasty. Yeah, for the freezing effect, especially. Okay, it's not as bad on the Necro though. Hey, look at that, we got a legendary as well. Yeah, Necro is just stronger than the Druid. It's insane how the Necro is stronger. Damn, do you have... Oh, half a bar? Holy schmucks. Dude, that is very much in order to just do the strongholds. Leveling up. You get a full bar almost. That's insane. That the ice sucked though.
Good deal. Father bless.
And what is the ring? Critical strikes from Sever have a 15 chance to spawn a pool of blight under the target that deals 40 bonus damage. This effect can only happen once every 3 seconds. I believe there could be a possibility to make like a infinite trap and blight spawning. Especially with the gloves. Just take the blood wave, you put on this, you use bone prison, you use the aspect. The bone prison, which one was it? Bone prison spawns a pool of blight that deals 50% bonus damage over 6 seconds. You can just spawn 3 pools of blight and just annihilate enemies. Tested out that build too. Damn, the Necro has so many more variety, it seems like, rather than anything, any overclass. But maybe it's because it doesn't have like that many spells to begin with. Maybe that's the whole reasoning for it. Okay, let's do this dungeon, complete the 2 quests. And that's probably gonna be it for today. Yeah, because we're nearing 4 hours. I don't want to make the stream too long. And you do need some rest too. But damn, that what the hell was that lag? Oh, listen here. No, we don't need no lag, huh?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Like the blood orb. Or is the blood orb? Maybe it is. Right. More skeletons.
I'm not ready yet.
What the hell is a bear doing here? Oh, the butcher. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how I'll do against them, but... Why is he only chasing me? And why my skeleton's not doing anything? Well, calm down, sir.
I'm not ready. I need more time. I need more time.
Oh, come on! Fuck.
I need time to do that.
God damn, dude. Okay, but the build works. You can kite him properly too.
All
Against the
hunters
butcher.
beware. Turn back if you value your life. A new beast nests in these caves. They are man-shaped, bearing fur and massive horns. If you see them, do not approach. Do not engage. Do not attack. Turn back and move as quietly as you can. Once noticed and hunted by these beasts, you are beyond saving. Let the corpses here speak for themselves. Light to go with you.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, the damage is definitely enough. And the build is definitely working against the Butcher even. Too bad the skeletons don't do much against the Butcher. But still, they were not dying that much though.
I need more time. My bags are full.
Oh really? I kind of like this though, but yeah, it's also like you with the darkness build, you just leave like pools. So imagine that could work very well, especially in those situations where you have like a lot of enemies running towards you. Just leave lots of pools. They'll just die in those pools by chasing you. You can also imprison them. Yeah, there might be a very strong build with it. Just trap the enemies and annihilate them in their own demise.
Fair trade.
Especially if you can just build up with the shadow damage too. Look at this. This is just like perfect for it. I'm gonna keep that one for a little while. Maybe the darkness build is actually stronger than the regular build. I think did you get like a lot of ranks of blight, and there's like a lot of items that I've gotten already.
Good fortune.
I do like the staff. The staff definitely looks like a very strong addition.
My bags
There's
are
only
full.
two. Okay. Get rid of some items, I guess. Probably won't use the pawns.
Come back if you need work.
Level 38. I don't really get much. Need level 45, I think, for the new potion. Yeah, upgrade available for. What else is there? Oh, you can cheese it. Oh, at least part of us. Use the levers? Yeah, the healing is a little bit slow, dude. I use so many corpses. Let's give me a lot more healing for it. Yeah, no wonder necromancers are dealing like a lot of damage. It's just insane. Most of the builds work with the Necros. Not only that, they just dish out a lot of damage in general.
I need more time. I need more time.
Oh, she dies? Oh, really now? I didn't make it. Oh, that sucks. Okay, but maybe this one actually works. Seems like it's giving all a lot of corpses. Well, let's increase its potential even more. Must be a boss fight then. Yeah, again, a new cause of abomination.
I need more time.
Yeah, spawns a lot of corpses. Ooh, gloves. Oh, really? Why the hell not, though? Okay, finally a better neck. Yeah, I'll just drop that. Gains an increased critical strike chance for 6 seconds. Yeah, corpse tendrils, 30. One gives me a different kind. One only gives me 10. Increased critical strike. So this one gives me... Oh no, it gives me the same amount. Strength, willpower, rank of Blood, rank of Seva. Stats are good on the glove though. Critical strike chance and all stats. Well, I guess I can change the gloves and just get the different imprint on the gloves. Also had level 39. Yeah, if you just do like specific events, especially if those events consider having a side quest in them, then the leveling up is definitely a lot faster. The Panzer have like better armor, but everything else sucks. Oh, I lose way too much. Oh yeah, I said I'll keep that one.
An ambush.
I need time to do that.
You have done much.
Yeah, I got the hammer on
The
you.
tribe has taken note of you, warrior. Speak.
I waited for.
We'll talk later, I guess. The Hallowed Glacier is definitely a nice quest line, but I'll do it later. By later, I mean tomorrow, most likely. Essence called, yeah, bone skill damage. I need to imprint the bone spirit onto the neck and use the neck unique. Yeah, this one is just tanky.
I carry the best.
And I need
of
the
heavens.
damage and not thinking is Neo. Oh yeah, gems from level 40, I think. Bone spirit.
Father bless.
23%, and this one gives me 23. Oh, it's the same amount. Good. All I need is skull. I had like 75. This one has like 125. More armor. Even better.
I can take common, turn it special.
I'll just destroy that.
Come back and see us.
Fair trade. Raise the father.
All that.
What will it be?
I shot that. Oh yeah, that one is better. I need to change that one too. The book. And at the same time I need to just destroy the necklace because that one is better. And this one too. I'll have more inventory space that way.
May the light keep you.
Corpse tendrils. There we go. Critical strike chance and the cooldown reduction is insane. That's why I took it. This one doesn't Well, it gives you the cooldown reduction, so... This one gives you, like, even more. Yeah, so that one is definitely better. There is just...
I need time to do that.
upgrade those.
You can take what's left. I cannot carry more.
Probably need to get rid of this one then. Oh wait, I'll keep it for a little while.
Not bad.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I cannot carry more.
Oh yeah, I didn't upgrade the helmet. Whoops.
I cannot
There
do
we go.
that here.
Okay, that's gonna be it for today. So thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the content. If you did, consider subscribing to the channel, leaving a like, leaving a comment, ringing that notification bell, and I'll be seeing you around the next one. Have a nice day, and I'll see you around.